Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check, check. Yeah, that has levels. One, two. Okay, we'll go live. Two, one, and check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 3 4. Check 1 2. Here's the last one. And the podium.
Good evening and welcome to the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Board meeting of June 26th. The board did meet in closed session and we did our annual evaluation of our superintendent, and we are pleased to announce that she received positive accolades in a report and will get the full benefit of her positive review. And she's decided, we didn't tell her this, but it said 10 years. Nicely done. It was unanimous. I don't think she saw that fine print. But yeah, we're very happy to say that we as a board had a lengthy discussion and very positive reviews. With that, we will ask Ellie, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yes, all you have to say is ready, begin. Ready, begin is all you have to say. Beckett, you can help her.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry about that, Ellie. Any changes to the presented agenda?
No changes tonight, President Driller.
Could I get a motion for the agenda as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. At this point, we will move to public comment. And public comment is anything that is an item not already on our agenda. They will have a 3-minute timer. And the diocese over here will be your location. And the first public comment that we have this evening is Beckett and Kelly Norris.
This is just me.
Okay, never mind. We changed that.
No. I can't hear right.
Initiative providing free lunch and or brunch to our dedicated teachers and or support staff. The idea stems from 2 critical observations. First, we face significant amounts of food waste daily. Perfectly food waste, good food, ends up in the dumpster, contributing both to environmental and ethical concerns. Redirecting this food to our hardworking teachers and staff not only reduces waste, but also ensures that our resources are used effectively and meaningfully. And I know this firsthand. I put my home food scraps into the food waste dumpster at school, and there's constantly bagels and pizza and all the lunch is in there. So secondly, providing free food can significantly boost morale for our teachers and our support staff. When educators feel appreciated and supported, their job satisfaction increases, and this in turn enhances productivity and the quality of education to our students. Studies have shown that small gestures of appreciation can lead to substantial improvements in workplace morale and retention rates. The cost of implementing this initiative is minimal, and the food is already available and currently being wasted. So the primary expense would be in logistics and minimal additional labor. Compared to the profound benefits of increased staff satisfaction, the reduced waste would be a small price to pay. In conclusion, by providing free food to our teachers and support staff, we can address food waste, improve morale, leading to a more positive and effective educational environment. I urge you to consider this win-win proposal for the benefit of our entire school community. Thank you. No, okay. Sure.
Thank you very much for that. I'll pass that over to you. And then moving on to 8, Superintendent Kramer, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Driller. Well, I want to thank everyone for an incredible school year. The school year is officially over, And our students, staff, families, and community partners worked hard all year long, and we all learned so much in summer break. At the same time, I want to acknowledge that many of our TTUSD staff and students, even though the school year's concluded, they're getting ready for some excellent summer programming that starts next month. This year, we are offering extended school year for special education students who qualify. We also have high school credit recovery with in-person teacher support on the lakeside at Kings Beach Elementary or Truckee High School. We are partnering with AIM High again this year for our rising 6th through 8th graders, and I believe we have up to 90 students to 100 this year, but we'll verify. And then once again, we're fortunate to partner with the Boys and Girls Club of North Lake Tahoe for providing enrichment summer experiences over at the clubhouse in Kings Beach and also at Truckee Elementary School, and that is free for any of our unduplicated students. So these programs support the district's academic achievement priority area. Our elementary and middle school students can explore areas of academic and personal interests through AIM High and through the Boys and Girls Club. And then the high school. Sorry about that tech difficulty. The high school credit recovery opportunity keeps our high school students on track for earning their diplomas on time. And of course, summertime is a busy time for our support staff. So in the support systems focus area in the district strategic plan, we're continuing to improve our infrastructure and facilities and focusing on updating our safety plan. And I'm excited to share that over the last 2 days, over 25 different district staff participated in the ALICE instructor training. And we've all been certified, which means we can bring the learning back to our schools and departments in the ongoing development of this important safety protocol. And then, of course, our maintenance and custodial staff have already started on doing special projects to improve our buildings and giving everything a deep clean. And finally, I want to update in Community Connections focus area that thanks to our partner, Excellence in Education Foundation, and then our bilingual services team and our educational services team, that once again we're having parent workshops in August. We have 4 dates this year, 2 at Truckee Elementary, 13th and 14th of August from 1 to 7 p.m., and then at Kings Beach, August 19th and 20th from 1 to 7. And this is a great time to get ready for the school year, filling out food applications, getting data confirmation done, bus pass sign up. And new this year, thanks to our human resources team, they will be on site to do the fingerprinting clearance so that families can volunteer in the classroom or volunteer to be field trip drivers and so on. So it's really a great chance to get ready for the year. And that concludes my update, except for one reminder to all of our students out there. Please remember to read a lot this summer and participate in your school's summer reading challenge, because I know I get invited to some of these events. There's a lot of great celebrations in the fall for all of our summer readers. So thank you and have a great summer.
Back over to you for 9.0 presentation.
It is my pleasure to invite up our 3 supervisor, Nevada County Supervisor Hardy Bullock. We had the Friends of the Library President Kathleen Egan, and from Nevada County also Mandy Stewart, who are going to talk to us about an opportunity for us to join the Truckee Regional Library JPA. So thank you.
Should we get this mic on here? And I think, am I right clicker? Looks like that's working. Hi, President Driller and honorable board members, thanks for having me tonight. My name's Hardy Bullock. I'm your 5th District Supervisor for Nevada County, and I represent the eastern portion of the county. And so I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the Truckee Library project and present our team here to you. Present the next steps, a little bit of visioning information on the library, and talk to you a little bit about what we're requesting. So with me here tonight is Kathleen Egan, Friends of the Library, And then we have Mandy Stewart, Administrative Analyst with Nevada County. We have Dan Wilkins, Director of Public Works for the town of Truckee. And we have Louise Zabriskie and April Cole with Friends of the Truckee Library. So I want to talk just a little bit about getting ahead of myself, our current partners, the town of Truckee, Friends of the Truckee Library, and Nevada County. So we're here to talk about the kind of the regional synergy related to this project, understanding that we have a connection through the delivery of educational services, books, reading, learning, all of those things. In small rural California, we have to do things together. We do big things together. That's how we lift things. We talked to Placer County yesterday about this, and it was great to see their feedback and understanding how we kind of come together to make that regional connection and lift these projects and initiatives. The library is no different. We're here to make a connection with you and try and get the library project off the ground. So a little bit about the need. The mic's working here. Our library was originally constructed in 1975. Obviously, it's a small facility. It accommodates about 54 people currently. We know that the permanent and the visiting population in Truckee has grown significantly. We kind of hold this number out there of 19,000 or so, but we know that in peak periods it can get up to 45 or 50,000, right? So we have this big visitor base, uses all of our services here, as you know. So really, we are looking to talk about the need, it's changing need, build a facility that reflects the community we serve today, and with room for expansion and growth in the future. The service area or the catchment area, that the population that will use the library essentially is parts of unincorporated Placer County and Nevada County within the town of Truckee boundary, including the entire Martis Valley, Sierra Meadows area. So we really want it to be a neutral community gathering space, inviting anybody and everybody within the general region to come and use the library facility. Talking a little bit about the timeline, I know many people have heard about this project for many years. Back in 2012, the library for this area was put on our capital facilities master plan for Nevada County. Population changed, and obviously it was identified as a need. And then 2019 came along. The town of Truckee, Nevada County, and the Friends of the Truckee Library all came together to really kind of memorialize the fact that we wanted to work together on this project. That was the impetus of where we are today. And then in 2024, we've founded the JPA with the help of the town of Truckee and Nevada County and the Friends of the Truckee Library. The Friends also have taken significant time and effort, and I'm sure you've seen their Library Up campaign and at many other places throughout our community. But really those discussions started with Rob Leary, continued with Carmen, and now with Kirsten. We just want to express our appreciation for taking the time to meet with us and consider these discussions with the library. The good news, the recent kind of exciting news is JK, A, and E architecture firm is kind of doing the visioning process for us. And if you've attended any of those and seen what was like at the Truckee Air Fair and Family Festival this weekend, there's all these visioning boards with renditions of the library and different amenities that will be included in the library, and really trying to gain community feedback on what the community needs, both in Nevada County, Placer County, residents of Truckee, all included, all inclusive. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen Egan and then Mandy Stewart to give you a little bit more info on the timeline, critical timeline, and how to make this vision a reality.
Thank you, Hardy. Would you do me a favor and show me how to use this?
Yes, the right. Yes, the right. Yep.
This guy right here?
Yep, that's next.
Okay, so let's see if I can do it. Ha! There we go. All right. So at a planned 20,000 square feet for this library, a new larger library will really begin to provide the needed space, which is what our problem is at the current library, to greatly enhance the quality of the quality and depth of the library services we're able to deliver. So over the last 4 years, Friends of the Truckee Library has conducted probably 50 Library Up presentations. Most of them were done virtually during the pandemic. And these were presentations hosted by individuals who included their neighbors, their friends, their work associates. So we had a tremendous amount of exposure there. And then we also conducted several, maybe I'm not speaking into this, that helps. Good, thank you. several professionally facilitated sessions in order to reach certain segments of the community and really zero in on them. Examples of that are teens, seniors, the Hispanic community, as well as nonprofit groups. So that's a lot of the activity we've been doing. And during these learning sessions, listening sessions, many highlighted the desire for the types of facilities and the type of activities that you see here, a huge community asset for all of us. There we go. So this leads us to imagine the possibilities for this new facility. And Hardy mentioned what we're seeing with community input now with the help of JKAE and April Cole and the Friends of Truckee Library. People were literally voting with the dots what they would like to see in their library, which is pretty exciting. And they are invigorated, I'll tell you. We're very busy in these sessions. But definitely a dedicated teen space for study and gathering. Definitely larger children's area, much larger children's area. I remember Rob Larry telling us we really only have room for one classroom, and that we need a larger children's area. We know that. Possibility of a small performing arts stage there. Outdoor spaces for reading, cultural events and lectures. Private study rooms for mentoring, study, tutoring, those types of things. Broadband internet, of course, and a large community room for lectures, classes, those types of things with our special districts in particular. So I mentioned we had spoken and had focus group with nonprofits. We had about 35 nonprofits, special districts, and service clubs have written endorsement letters in support of the library. All saw the library as offering an opportunity for them to further their services and their reach into the community. And some examples of this are Missy, Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships, Sierra Community House, Promontoris, Kids Zone Museum, Excellence in Education Foundation, Community Collaborative, Sierra Senior Services, Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe, Mountain Area Preservation, Tahoe Ability Group, Truckee High Boosters. I mean, a whole variety, more and more and more, and many special districts. So the next slide really is going to give you an idea of what we're looking at. I think you probably know this, but if you don't, we're looking at the location back in 2020, which was part of the timeline. In 2020, we got together and identified the Truckee Regional Park as the ideal location for the library, and that little red dot you see there is the area of the Truckee Regional Park that we're looking at currently. It's a centralized location, and it's only 1 mile north of the Placer County line. We all know that. People who live in Placer County and larger Truckee area, they all have a Truckee zip code. They think of themselves in Truckee, and they take advantage of all the services here. And given the proximity to parts of Placer County, we're really looking at Martis Valley, Lawton, North Star, south side of Donner Lake, Sierra Meadows. Those are the areas of Placer County really in question. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mandy Stewart with Nevada County.
All right. Thank you, Kath. Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. Am I speaking clearly in the mic? You guys can hear me okay? All right. My turn with tech. All right. So it was agreed some time ago that this project is just too big to do alone. So we decided that we needed to work together. This has been outlined by the Friends of the Truckee Library. It's been outlined by Supervisor Bullock. So in response to this need for a formal partnership, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors and the Truckee Town Council executed a joint powers authority agreement for the new library in January of '24. Given that the Friends is a nonprofit organization, they are prohibited from participating or being a member of the JPA, but their partnership is essential to this project. So at the same time, we also executed a memorandum of understanding between the three partners to identify the roles and responsibilities of each of the three agencies in this project. The JPA serves as a governing body. Am I getting the feedback? Keep going. Okay. The JPA serves as a governing body of this new library, and it will be responsible for the financing, construction, and maintenance of the building. The JPA documents also provide an opportunity for additional members to join should there be a mutual interest by all parties. So how are we going to fund this project? To date, the funding has come from the three partners. Nevada County, the Town of Truckee, and the Friends of the Truckee Library have each committed $500,000 to this project for a total of $1.5 million. Those dollars are being used to pay for the design and engineering contract with JKAE, as well as to fund some other pre-development costs. While the detailed building cost is yet to be finalized, we are working with an estimate of $30 million for construction of the new building. In order to raise enough money to cover that $30 million, we're exploring three primary sources of funding. The first being the consideration of a bond measure, the second being monies raised by a capital campaign that is being led by the Friends of the Truckee Library, and third, grant funding opportunities. Given our place today in the overall development trajectory, the partners are now working to bring that aforementioned bond measure to life. The JPA, which I just discussed, has authority to issue debt, and the partners believe that the appropriate geographic area for the bond measure to apply includes properties located in eastern Nevada County, including the town of Truckee, as well as the greater Martis Valley area of eastern Placer County. I'm not sure what happened on that image here, but boundary is one word, I promise. So the draft boundary map that you're looking at depicts the immediate service area of the Truckee Regional Library, including eastern Nevada County, as well as the Donner Lake, Sierra Meadows, Martis Valley, and North Star areas of unincorporated eastern Placer County. We do anticipate that all of these areas would be included in a future bond measure. For orientation, it's probably pretty hard to see, but there is a small red dot in the middle of that slide that depicts the site of the proposed library in the Truckee Regional Park. It's the same site that Kathleen Egan just went over. And now we have a surprise guest speaker who was not on the list, but Dan Wilkins with the Town of Truckee, I invite you up to take us to the next slide.
Thanks, Mandy. And thank you, Chair Driller and board members, for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I wanted to provide an update on a little more detail on the meeting we had with Placer County yesterday. So it was this group that presented in front of the Placer County Board of Supervisors and asked them really a couple of basic questions. One, would they be supportive or objectionable towards a future bond measure to fund this library whose boundaries extended into Placer County? Because we recognize, so from a legal standpoint, currently the town and Nevada County are the members of the JPA. Neither of our boundaries extend into Placer County, so there's no way that just with us two members of the JPA that bonding could be performed in Placer County. The only way that can happen is if there's some other or multiple other entities who have jurisdictions that extend into Placer County and include that geographic area, and who also have in their mission library services. So that's basically the school district and Placer County. So without either the school district or Placer County, or preferably both of those entities in the JPA, bonding, requesting bond funding from residents of Placer County could not occur. So recognizing that, but also recognizing that, you know, we didn't want the Placer County Board of Supervisors to feel like we were trying to, you know, kind of subvert their interests or work around them. We asked the direct question, would you be okay with a bond measure that extends into the Martis Valley and the North Star area for this type of a regional library? And their answer was yes. And then what they also said was that they would also like to join the JPA. What we're not clear on is exactly how active of a role they want to play in the JPA. So as was mentioned earlier, you know, so far the JPA partners have kicked in $500,000 each towards the architectural design. That's been matched by the Friends of the Library with another $500,000. Whether or not Placer County wants to participate at that level, which then potentially has them participating as full voting members, or whether they want to participate at a lesser level, we have not yet had the opportunity to explore that with them. But we will be doing that in fairly short order. The other thing we have going on is, from a timing standpoint, we it would be very helpful if we can get the bonding boundaries set within the next 4 months. And the basis of that is that gives us a schedule that would allow us to put a bond measure out to the voters in August of 2025, which is the current goal. We think that's a strategic date because we believe that would be a date that would not compete with other bond measures that may be out there. We're well aware that the renewal measure AA for the school district is a priority of this board, and we don't want to do anything that would compete with that. So that was very positive in terms of the feedback from Placer County. It's really that first formal step with Placer County, and we will be pursuing having them join the JPA with us, concurrent with hopefully pursuing asking you to join the JPA with us. So the next slide I'll kick to, and quite frankly, I think our conversations with at least your management staff are further along than our conversations have been with the Placer County management staff. What we're proposing, when I say we, it's really the town of Truckee and Placer County in terms of you as an entity joining the JPA. Oops. Oh, did I go the wrong way? Oh. Thanks. We were assuming that you guys are busy, that your staff is busy, and that whatever we can do for you to participate in this JPA but not create a significant drain on your resources would be a positive thing. And we thought we heard that from your staff as well. So what we wanted to suggest is that if you would like to pursue joining us or head down that path, that we wouldn't be asking you for capital investment into the library building. We wouldn't be asking you to help fund the ongoing operations and maintenance of the building or the programming of the building. But as a result of that, we wouldn't necessarily also be offering you a voting seat. So you could be a member. You wouldn't necessarily have to be a voting member. You could be advisory if your staff wants to participate in the JPA meetings. That would be great. I think the more minds the better on these kinds of a thing. But we would not be asking you to basically help fund the library, and we wouldn't be asking you, at least out of district resources, and we wouldn't be asking you to help operate the library. If you as a school district were to have access to grant funding opportunities that we may not, that could help fund a library, we might ask you to help us in that role. I can't guarantee that the Friends of the Library won't ask you to help fund something at some point, because they've been very good at doing that with the county and the town so far. But that's not the intent of the JPA members. So with that, I think I've got one more slide. Next steps. What we're hoping to do is work with you and your staff for the school district to join the JPA, hopefully over the next 4 months. We would concurrently be working with Placer County towards that same goal. And then if we can achieve that, then what we would be doing is moving forward into subsequent steps of getting a bond measure on the ballot moving forward. So with that, I'll turn this back over to Hardy, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, thank you. And I was just kind of reflecting, I know many of us have been involved in community building initiatives for many years in the region, and speaking from my experience, 20 years or so in government, I think this particular library project has kind of, in my opinion, had more passion, more organization, and more horsepower in collecting the group of individuals that were on the previous slide, bringing our whole community together around one cause than I've seen in quite some time, and I'm honored to be a part of it. Speaking as the chair of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, we have the full support of our board, which took a little bit of doing. When I first got into office, it was one of the first things I started working on, and we have their full support. And to get Nevada County support here in Eastern County at a regional level means something to me, and I hope it means something to you, and we'd just be honored to work with you and make a lasting partnership to do the best thing and the right thing for our community and our region. Coming off our meeting with Placer County last night was just really inspirational to me, because those discussions have been going on for so long, and then to go in there and see a 5-0 vote in favor of the items that Dan brought forward, it's just really inspirational. So we appreciate your time hearing this. We know you have a lot of priorities, particularly funding priorities, and education is your priority. So we share that with you, and thanks for your time. We're here to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, stay there, so we might have some questions. But thank you for that. And then bringing it to the board. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Danielle?
I don't have any questions. I feel very informed at this point. I appreciate the collaboration and the way that this has been presented to the board, including just the background history for it, sort of options that the district has. And I think I'd like to hear, more from my fellow board members, but I would be comfortable having this come back for us to take action on in August.
Thank you. Kirsten?
Well, a wonderful presentation, very thorough. I definitely don't have any questions because you covered all the really critical data points, I think, that we had, in particular, the timing of the ballot measures and potentially Measure AA, which we're obviously very concerned about and really want to make sure we don't put it in jeopardy. But I think overall it is very much needed in the community. I agree with all of the points that we need more places for people to gather, in particular young people or people who don't have access to internet or time to do homework, kids who are taking classes at Sierra College, students who want access to libraries on the weekends to study when all of the school libraries are closed. I definitely feel like it is very much needed. I like the idea of the location over there, kind of where the farmers market, I think, is currently going on. Don't want to displace the farmers market, don't want to upset the apple cart there, but it's a great centralized location with free parking, which is kind of nice for Truckee, hopefully. And I also agree with Danielle that I feel comfortable bringing it back in August. And thank you for inviting us into the conversation. I think we both, I only speak on behalf of myself, but I know that it's been a vision for a really long time to bring the community a library where people can gather, and I just hope we can make it happen.
Thank you. Chris?
So I have a couple questions, and I know we'll get a chance to hear from the public and also just to talk among us. But first of all, I think this is a great vision, and it's due. I mean, the Truckee Library just has lived its life, right? So I think it's great for the Truckee community, and I appreciate being educated on the process and what your vision is. I guess the one question I have is, if you have Placer County's support, which you do, right? At least as of last night, why do you need TTUSD to be part of the JPA? Could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, essentially, the number one reason is we have a shared synergistic mission of education, reading, community, bringing one community together around that topic of education and programming. We do need one Placer County entity, but the boundary of the TTUSD boundary is perfectly suited to fit the needs of the Martis Valley and the other bonding area that we're looking at.
Though, don't you have that as of last night from Placer County? Don't you have a green flag? I'm confused as to.
We still need to actually work out the details of them joining the JPA. And as I think Dan was saying, or either Dan or Hardy were saying, we haven't even begun to have those conversations yet. And we realize the practical reality of having this short time frame with governments working as they do. We've been working with Placer County since 2019. Louise Zabriskie and I, who is the president of the Friends of Truckee Library, we met with Cindy Gustafson in 2019, right when this idea started to germinate. And we've moved very quickly for a whole variety of reasons. Placer County hasn't been able to move as quickly for a whole variety. They're busy, you're busy, the town is busy. It's real life with regard to governments, with all they have on their plates. So we realized that in order to meet that time frame, which does a couple of things, not the least of which helps us avoid even coming close to Measure AA, it would be very helpful for us to have Tahoe Truckee Unified School District in the picture with us, so that if it takes a long time to come to those negotiations and work out the details with Placer County, we don't lose the opportunity to get that bond measure on the ballot in in August of next year. That's really the reason to have, for sure, to have practical reason to have both of you involved. In addition to Hardy's points, which are we're in the same business in terms of libraries and your mission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I definitely, before we open up to public comment, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Appreciate Measure AA sensitivity. That obviously, as you mentioned, is a big deal, excuse me, for us. And asking our population to do more is scary. So that is obviously a primary deal for us. And again, I'm going to go back to Placer County, and I'm very happy that they were supporting it. When they say, yes, they are supporting it, what is, I guess, and when you just said, I don't want to hear that takes so long to do it, what are they going to do? Are they just going to give you the boundary and then?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there were four elements. The first was join the JPA.
Yeah.
The second one is essentially support the concept of multi-jurisdictional library services provision, where Placer and Nevada County could work together to provide library services, and that could be programming, it could be actual books, it could be materials, it could be content, it could be staff members, it could be cost savings, it could be expansion, it could be serving satellite populations, English as a second language, like Kings Beach and Tahoe City. It could be any multitude of those different things, but essentially what they were saying yes to is we consigned to that model of a shared service provision, and we want to join the JPA. What's not on this slide is the point that I was making yesterday at Placer County, which is that 4-month window is critical for us because we don't want to lose that timeline. And Kath was really articulate in her describing the process where TTUSD comes in to fit that.
Okay. Okay, and then the other concern, obviously, we have on the lakeside is we have libraries on the lakeside that we don't want to lose.
Yeah.
And if we move the boundary to include our Placer people, what will that do to our population on the lakeside, and what will that do to Placer's obligatory support for our Kings Beach Community Library as well as Tahoe City that is already in a funky situation because of redevelopment of the property that they're on?
It's one of the best questions I've heard, and really that was one of the first things I started with is elected to elected when I talked to Cindy, because I understood that she needs to bring that community along, and that none of the solutions that we're bringing forward for our new regional library could be at the cost of losing Kings Beach or Tahoe City. And so really through that shared service provisioning model, we see an opportunity for those libraries to get the resources they need and Placer County to win and get out of it the resources they need to support those communities in a unique way. We have library staff, we have books and content and resources that are all being individually delivered now in a rural community, and if we can come together around that, we hope to serve those communities better. And it's the number one priority of Cindy in this discussion is to support those communities going forward.
Okay, so that's something, again, this is all great information, and I appreciate that, because that was a big concern for, obviously, I'm on the lakeside. And I did reach out to some of our librarians on Lakeside. I'm like, dude, you guys know what's going on here? Like, what do we have? We don't want to lose that. And again, if Placer's going to jump onto this side, how much can they do? If you said it takes forever to get going, I don't want them to think that that's something that is not as important. I mean, we definitely, so I will say just point blank before I open it up, that we all are 100% in agreement with what you are doing in terms of everything from top to bottom, why we need it. It's just wondering where and I think Trustee Hennessy mentioned, what is our role and what do we need to do if Placer's already there? Where are we fitting in? But thank you for that. I will open it up to public comment at this point. If there is any public, will you please come to the dais and just state your name And remember that we have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Happy summer. Excuse my attire with my dirty hiking boots and everything else, but happy summer, everybody. Great to see everyone. Thank you. My name is Heidi Bushray-Verkler, and for those of you who don't know me, I am a 24-year TTUSD certified teacher, certificated teacher, and 25-year resident of Kings Beach. I'm wearing a different hat, though, other than my teaching hat, although it sounds like it's coming in with Measure AA, because I'm a Measure AA supported teacher. I'm a STEAM teacher at North Tahoe Middle School. Been there 6 years. But I'm coming tonight as the president of the Friends of the Kings Beach Library, and that's the hat I'm wearing tonight. I met with Kathleen and Louise, with 3 of my other counterparts in November of 2019, before COVID, and we had this discussion, and they brought us along about their vision. I grew up along with Dee Dee in Vermont, and Dee Dee and I have phenomenal libraries that we grew up in. And I take pictures all the time and send them to Ann Greenwood going, look at this gorgeous library. You know, just amazing buildings and amazing places, and they do amazing things. However, when I met with Louise and Kathleen, they got our support. However, there's the big however, and I ditto everybody here. We don't want to lose Kings Beach nor Tahoe City libraries. And this is, you know, it's upsetting to even think about closing libraries, but would this quote-unquote regional library impact Kings Beach and Tahoe City? And Kings Beach is a very walkable library. I mean, we have kids who come over from Kings Beach Elementary. We have Boys and Girls Club who come. We have the state preschool who visits the library all the time. And the preschools rotate weeks because they get so busy. So I caution the word regional just because I don't want to impact the lakeside libraries at all. And so that was the first trigger that was alarming to me. And then the next thing is that I live in the land of false promises in Kings Beach from Placer County. And so I am a little reluctant and nervous about some things that I heard on the call last night. And some things that came to light today when I was listening to your presentation to Placer County, where I agree with the bond measure affecting the people who will most likely be impacted by this decision. However, will there be a parcel tax, or is it their assessed value? Is it a set bond measure? How much will that be? And will the homeowners be relieved of any other financial responsibilities that take place on the lakeside that impact the lakeside libraries? So those are some concerns to me. Also, thank you, Dan, for spelling out the timeline. I, as a Measure AA employee, am concerned about the timeline with Measure AA needing to go back out to the members. Again, Truckee deserves and needs this library. They truly need this library. Our region needs this library, but not at the expense of Kings Beach Library or the Tahoe City Library. So I love everything that you're doing. I totally support it. I just don't want to lose my library. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Unbelievably perfectly timed, Dee. Thank you for that. Does anyone else have any public comment? Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been able to make public comment. I'm taking off my district hat and my staff hat and putting on my citizen and parent hat for as a parent in Tahoe City. And I used to live in Nevada County in Truckee and Glenshire, and I am a friend of the Truckee Library. I've been assured that I have continued, even though I haven't brought my dues up to date, that I'm still a friend, and we can rectify that. But I think one of the things that I'm concerned about hearing this is that I know just a few years ago, I've been working with Placer County for a long time, looking at the library resources now that we live in Tahoe City, and the issues that we've had over time with library services. And there was a consultant that was commissioned recently by Placer County to look at library services in Tahoe City. And I know one of the options that the consultant said was to reduce the services on the lakeside. They did not obviously follow that, thankfully. There was a lot of hubbub on Nextdoor about that, and I know they've moved beyond that. But I think my concern is very similar to Heidi's and others that are in Placer County. We wouldn't want, I know Truckee needs this. We need it even regionally. I'm fully supportive of it. That said is that, we don't want to do it at the expense of the libraries. And as Citizen Ed, I would not want that to happen either. I have a couple of questions just about the logistics. One, if that boundary does change, and I'm assuming it's just to North Star up like the summit back to Truckee, right? Does that preclude now the Placer County from levying any future entitlements on the properties at the lake for North Star Martis to maybe build a new library at the lakeside? And then secondly, ongoing, does that like their regular taxes that are ongoing to support the library, does that now go to the Truckee side? I'm just curious how logistically that works. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any public comment on this item? What I think will happen there are some questions, and I'm sure that if you, as Friends of Truckee Library and Nevada County, we can reply back to Kirsten in terms of if there's any answers that you have from this particular meeting right now, clarifying. And at this point, I think what we will then do, this is an information-only item. I do believe, Kirsten, are you comfortable with this coming back? You said yes. Chris, would you be comfortable having this come back as a item in the next, in August? Or would you like to have more additional information, or what would be your opinion?
I don't think I need more additional or more information. I am concerned as well because I represent in this seat the lakeside community. I represent one area, but the lakeside is a community, and I'm thinking of both Tahoe City, which its location is very volatile as it is right now, and Kings Beach has a beautiful location, a sweet little library, and I know that there have been people advocating for improvements, growth, just the evolution of that library. And I don't want to say to deaf ears because I'm not in that advocacy space, but the proof is in the pudding. I've lived in Kings Beach for 29 winters, and I too live in the land of false promises or broken promises. And I don't trust that if Placer County or our district joins the JPA, that our libraries will, number one, stay open, but at the very least, I don't trust that they will be improved. So as much as I'm supportive of the Truckee Library, I'm weary of the regional term, and I don't feel the need to vote on it. I honestly don't. At this point today, with the information and the experience I have, I'm not interested in joining a JPA. I'm just being sincere.
That's perfect. Thank you. That's why we have this open forum. Danielle, did you want to add to anything after this?
I do think it would be helpful to have responses to the public comment, and kind of putting my problem-solving hat on, is there a way to maybe rethink about the JPA? I know that the focus of it is, everyone kind of collaborating for financing and construction of the library, but could there be an agreement of nobody's closing a library within their jurisdiction without the JPA discussing it? So that way there's at least some accountability that's on record for everyone that's involved to have that discussion first. So maybe that's something that could be brought back to the board to think about. That seems interesting. And it's not the board's role necessarily to solve Placer County's issues. However, libraries do align with sort of our district mission. So I would also, maybe suggest that we see if there's ways we could help in some way. If we have expertise or facilities or something to contribute, I would be interested in that. And I do appreciate that the JPA has flexibility that, the district doesn't necessarily have to put money into it if we, don't feel comfortable with that. We don't have to be a voting member if we don't want to. So there's some options, but I guess I'm more kind of focused on the accountability piece of, libraries are pretty critical, especially for community members that don't have access to a lot of things that other community members do. So from an equity standpoint, making sure that we maintain that access in whatever form that looks like would be helpful to kind of support, I think, even the Friends of the Truckee Library's mission. They don't want to see libraries close either, from what I understand. So I feel like there's opportunity with that partnership to maybe look at that in the JPA. So that would just be my idea at the moment.
Anything else? Sorry on that. I do also, I do want to respect Trustee Mooney, who was unable to be here. I do want to be able to get more feedback from him as well, so that we have a team effort in terms of his discussion and once he's able to watch this, and we will then be able to have some conversation with him. I do appreciate the in-public discussion of some new information. So this is all new to us. We did read it. We did have homework, so we've read it. But just understanding the logistics of it, I think, is something that, as a board trying to govern something, before we get involved, we want to make sure that all of us have had a chance to understand it. I do know that we're all obviously aligned. A library is obviously needed, so how we get there is, I think, what we're all looking at. And again, we're not trying to slow it down or shut it down. I think I understand the 4-month deadline of your timeline. I think that's an important piece for you. I do like the positive attitude of, like, how do we problem solve this? Chris mentioned that Tahoe City's got some issues in terms of location. So as we think of more new and exciting things, we discussed this a little bit, but my friend, the Ride Out building in Timberland could potentially be a new library site, which would be stunning for Tahoe City. But again, I think our biggest concern, just from listening to all of us on this side at this point, I think you can all hear it, we're very concerned about what's happening on our side of the lake with what we're asked to do as an entity. We are governed, we have 3, Placer, El Dorado, and Nevada, so we want to make sure that we're able to then be able to provide for El Dorado as well as Nevada County is asking for us to support theirs. With that being said, okay, so at this point, I think we are going to have to take some time in terms of making a decision. We will could we potentially put this on the board agenda for a discussion, or how would we want to discuss this if we were to discuss it again with Mooney's for the next board meeting, have that as an item to discuss?
Not the next meeting. Next board meeting is in July.
Correct. So in July. So that's the next board meeting.
But Trustee Hennessy asked if.
Yeah.
But you're going to be gone that one.
Yeah, so we're going to do August.
Okay, so we will, I'm sorry, that's what, I apologize. Correct. So we would do it in August on the 14th. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. But then we would be able to decide if, with all of our board members having a discussion and then having a further discussion, then we can decide if we can move forward with an action item, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So info only.
So info only on the 14th of August, and then with the goal, understanding the goal of the timeline, and then the public comments that you will be able to reply to Kristen Kramer, we will all get in our packets as well.
Yep.
Okay. Wow, thank you. I do remember the first presentation we had here with Dr. Leary way back when, and it is one of those things we are very, very excited about, and I think you've done a great job trying to come up with resources in the, never-ending pit of no money anywhere. But I do appreciate the sensitivity that you guys have all presented. So with that, I will close that item. Thank you very much for all of that. And yes, and then, so thank you for that, and we'll move on to the 10.0.
You get to do a public hearing.
Which is a public hearing. So at this point, we will close and give you a chance to move on out if you'd like. We'll close the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Board meeting, and we will open the public hearing, 10.0, and I'll pass that on to Superintendent Kramer.
Yes, and for this, we'll turn to our Assistant Superintendent Chief Business Officer, Mr. Todd Rivera.
Thank you. So this public hearing is actually related to the next item on the agenda, Resolution number 29, 2023, 2024. And if you recall, at the last board meeting on June 12th, the board approved and adopted a resolution of intent to convey an easement to Southwest Gas at our Glenshire Elementary School site. And that was related to a program that Southwest Gas is offering to school districts called the Customer Owned Yard Line Program, where they will replace the customer lines with Southwest Gas-owned gas lines going into our buildings. So we do want to move forward with that project, but first we do need an easement to allow Southwest Gas to access our site to make repairs and perform maintenance on those new gas lines. So this is a public hearing, an opportunity for the community to come and provide any feedback they have on that particular easement resolution.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rivera. Is there any public comment on this resolution? Seeing none. Any board comments, questions? I will then close the public hearing, and then I will move to 11.0 resolution. Superintendent Kramer.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So this resolution is for consideration by the board, and this would actually convey an easement to Southwest Gas at Glenshire Elementary School.
Thank you. Are there any board questions or comments on this resolution? Seeing none, is there a motion? This is an action item.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 29, 2023-24, conveying an easement to Southwest Gas.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you. And 11.2, Superintendent Kramer?
Yes, this resolution is, the next two items kind of go together. The first one is to Placer County, and the next one is for Nevada County, and this is about two positions on our school board that are available. It's for Area 2 and Area 3. The candidate filing begins Monday, July 15th, and ends Friday, August 9th at 5 p.m. And there is an extension if our incumbents don't decide to seek re-election. So it's staff's recommendation to approve the next two resolutions.
Thank you for that. And with that, I will make a motion to, or any questions? No, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 30 for Placer County's election seat.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you for doing that after the JPA conversation. Just saying.
Aye.
Aye.
And then Resolution 31, I'll make a motion to approve that resolution for the Nevada County election.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you for that. Moving on to 12.0 donation. Superintendent Kramer.
For this item, we will turn to our Executive Director of Student Services, Dr. Anna Marie Cohen.
All right, thank you. So, good evening. Cindy Maciel, Coordinator of Early Learning Programs, has received $2,000 donation for the STEP program, Sierra Teen Education Parenting Program. This donation from the Truckee Optimist Club will be used for field trips and items for the teen closet. It is staff's recommendation the Board of Trustees accept this donation from the Truckee Optimist Club for $2,000. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? I think I made a comment to Superintendent Kramer when we were discussing this, and one, a shout out to Cindy for applying and actually being creative in terms of what we need. And again, everybody who does apply for grants, there's money out there. So we're really excited that she did it. And then a big thank you to the Seroptimist International of Truckee. Seroptimist, is that what I said?
Truckee Optimist. This one's
Oh, sorry, Truckee Optimist. Ooh, goodness me, thank you, Jane. Dear Lord. Okay, let's go back to 12.1. Is there a motion to approve my donation?
I make a motion to accept the grant from the Truckee Optimist Club.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you for that clarification. Sorry about that, I underlined it too.
Now you get to say.
13.0, Superintendent Kramer.
And for this, we turn to Dr. Cohen again. Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kramer. Board of Trustees, Cindy Maciel, Coordinator of Early Learning Programs, has applied for and received a grant in the amount of $1,465 from the Seroptimus International of Truckee to support early learning end-of-year celebrations and activity kits for our youngest learners, including infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. It is staff's recommendation that the Board of Trustees accept this grant from the Seroptimus International of Truckee in the amount of $1,465. Are there any questions?
Seeing no questions, I'm going to ask the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the grant from the Seroptimus International of Truckee.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi, I just want to say that I would like to thank the Truckee Optimist Club as well as the Seroptimus International for both the donation and the grant.
Yes.
Moving to 14.0, consent agenda. Are there any items that need to be taken off of the consent agenda by staff or anyone?
No items from staff.
And board, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I make a motion, anyone make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you. Moving on to 16.0, educational services. Superintendent Kramer.
Yes, and for this item, I'm very excited to invite up Mrs. Sarah Colborn. She is our English Language Development Program Specialist.
Good evening. And I am very happy to say that I'm finishing up my first year as the ELD program specialist, and thank you so much for allowing me to come tonight. I have a two-part presentation, but I'll just go ahead and move through, Lupita. Yes. Yeah. The first part is to be able to share with you updates and revisions to our English Learner Master Plan, and then also to be able to present on behalf of DLAC, our District English Learner Advisory Committee. And so each year, the EL Master Plan is reviewed to look for areas of improvement, alignment with state and federal requirements, and just to check our responsiveness to our English learners and our reclassified students. So as you know, our district just completed a federal program review, and our EL reviewer gave great compliments to the comprehensiveness of our EL master plan. However, we strive for perfection, so we're still going to continue to make it better. First, we have several. So tonight I'll just highlight a few of the significant revisions. First, we have several compliance parent notifications that we're responsible for English learners, assessment, identification, progress monitoring. One of those items is called the language program options, and going into it, we realized we needed some significant revisions. So we eliminated in the master plan the need for parent waivers to attend to the two-way immersion programs. That's a far outdated practice. And now we have just clarifying language on the system that is in place, as well as how parents can request alternative language options. And so we realized in this review that we were doing a great job of informing our English learner parents through notifications of all of these things. However, all of our parents are supposed to get the information about language program options. And so working with the other aspects of ed services and also technology, we'll now put that letter in our district parent data confirmation process, as well as our site handbooks. Sounds like a very small thing, but it was actually a big oversight for us. So that's one big piece. A second big piece in the English Learner Master Plan is the revised reclassification criteria. We needed to look at that at the elementary school levels, and we changed it to include our newish common assessment called DIBELS for the elementary schools. I'm not able to. You feel it? Okay, just go ahead and keep going. Oh, back. Oh, one more. Wow, looks good. The reclassification criteria. And so that was a simple update. What I'm also super excited to share with you is that we've updated the master plan language to include an alternative reclassification process for our English learners who are duly identified as having mild to moderate disabilities. And that's definitely a cutting edge practice that we're beginning here at TTUSD. And I've been working with student services and ed services all year on that refinement and training our special ed and our ELD staff to begin upholding that alternative reclassification process. Next slide, please. One of the other significant updates in the EL master plan is the inclusion of pilot materials that will begin next fall at our middle and high school levels. Those ELD coordinators will lead a pilot with materials called English 3D Launch, and those are very specific to support our newcomers. As you know, that's something that we've been looking for, and so we'll be monitoring the efficacy of those materials to determine how well they are serving our level 1 English learners. Fourth, the EL master plan now includes live links to all the updated forms, and there are many, and the resources throughout, and the intention is that the EL master plan is actually a dynamic resource, not something to just sit on the shelf. And so having a digital copy on our website with live links, the intention is to provide a resource for our staff and easy access for our families. And then the last big piece of the English Learner Master Plan that I'm super excited to share with on this next slide is sharing a 2-year comprehensive systematic rollout of professional development for English language development. So we'll continue the district-wide priority practice of academic discourse to engage all of our students and increase the quantity and quality of peer interactions to build up ideas. And then this upcoming year, we have systematic professional development for every single certificated and classified employee responsible for facilitating designated ELD. And then the following year, we'll layer on top of that comprehensive integrated ELD professional development, which will actually be essentially for every single certificated classroom teacher in the district. And so those are just some of the highlights of the EL Master Plan. And the second part of my report tonight is looking at our District English Learner Advisory Committee. DLAC certainly advises on all of these pieces. There's significant compliance and requirements for our Title III in our English learner programs. But what I'm super excited to share, as many of you know and visited firsthand, the evolution of DLAC in general this year has really turned into something even more new and exciting and empowering. So on the next slide, there's a list of folks. I'm an amazing team of DLAC representatives. So let me be clear. Instead of having DLAC here tonight, I am presenting on their behalf because our DLAC representatives attended all 6 of their DLAC meetings, plus each of them had 5 ELAC meetings at their sites to attend, plus a bonus meeting with Superintendent CLO Kramer, Chief Learning Officer Kramer, who she enthusiastically scheduled to talk about Day of the Child. And just this spring alone, our DLAC members attended the Parent Advisory Committee on the LCAP, the District Calendar Committee, the Federal Program Monitoring Interviews for DLAC, as well as the Federal Program Monitoring Interviews for their sites. So we're giving them a break tonight. They'll be here next year, and we'll be working together on the presentation. But the DLAC celebrations, I just really wanted to highlight. We've been working really hard, and Barbara Kane, who's not here tonight, is tenacious in supporting DLAC and bringing the Community Engagement Initiative strategies to DLAC and to our Lakeside ELACs as of this moment. And we've really been working on talking less and listening more, though I'm not modeling that tonight, and being able to begin all of our meetings with a conocimiento, a social emotional team building activity and community building, and then going directly into how did the DLAC's input from our last meeting directly impact and affect change. And so we report that out. And so one of the things we also do is is really celebrate that progress. And one of the celebrations this year is our first ever PTO DLAC Summit was held in TTUSD this past year. We got very positive feedback from DLAC. We end each meeting with an última palabra, the last word, and words like trust, empowerment, friendship were some of the words that came up in our last meeting. Some of the other celebrations I'd like to share is just the empowerment and the voice that is coming from DLAC now. And so we did get several items of feedback. Instead of having just, one big meeting where we go through and get input, well, what do you want to talk about at the board meeting? We wove that into every single meeting. And so an example of how we take the feedback from DLAC and immediately show the impact was on the next slide, looking at the math instructional materials in the fall. We had an elementary, middle, and high school math teacher come and present the pilot materials. And the feedback session that followed showed some real concern for lack of accessibility for our English learners. Parents were concerned about lack of support for Spanish-speaking parents at home. There was concern about needing more training in the pilot materials for the teachers, and then just an overall sense of needing more tutoring, free tutoring in the district. Very next meeting, we were able to report right back to them that we met immediately with Ed Services. Sean Roderick, as some of you heard the story, literally picked up the phone, called the companies to check on this information, and got some clarifications, immediately scheduled more teacher trainings for the pilot materials. And Amber immediately put out in a newsletter what the DLAC learned that night too, is that we do have free online tutoring for math, and it's listed right on our website. So just that responsiveness really hit the school year strong to show the impact of their voice. Another piece of significant feedback through the needs assessment earlier this year was looking at the TTUSD volunteer clearance process that Superintendent Kramer mentioned earlier. There was significant concern from DLAC that the clearance process was cumbersome and labor intensive and, quite frankly, exclusionary to our immigrant families. And so we invited Mike Shepard, who did a great presentation, answered all of their questions on the volunteer process, had a great brainstorming session on how to streamline the process. And we also invited Sierra Community House to come to that meeting and have legal counsel so that they could advise and help facilitate the discussion. And so it led to a really candid conversation about concerns for privacy and even legal ramifications for our families who are immigrants going through this process. But next thing you know, HR comes to a spring meeting, brings their mobile fingerprinting unit, starts the volunteer clearance process for all of our DLAC families, and now they are going to their administrators, inviting the administrators to have that happen at site functions. And our DLAC families are ready to cheer it on, saying, you can trust this is easy. And so we're looking to increase the number of our English learner families in the volunteer process. Another example of DLAC feedback was concern over summer programs that was mentioned earlier. The request is to have additional targeted academic support in those beautiful enrichment programs that are happening this summer. And so again, that feedback went right to Ed Services. We got right on with Boys and Girls Club and gave that feedback, and there's a process in place to monitor the efficacy of the supports this summer. DLAC asked for transportation. We made sure they got transportation for those summer programs. Again, just that immediate responsiveness. And one of the pieces that I think you've heard historically and did come up again this year was feedback of the DLAC families, based on their ELAC meetings, particularly the R30 census meetings, are continuing to request additional support for English learners at the sites. Through the census presentations, the discussion of ratio of English learners to actual ELD staffing came up again. And so the voice of requesting how that could be increased at sites. And so it was great to see that when DLAC went to the Parent Advisory Committee and shared those same ideas, Superintendent Kramer and Sean Roderick already had all that information. They could share that they were already working on brainstorming and trying to access resources. So there's really seeing that that big picture of communication and advocacy for the parents is in place. And then lastly, we do an official needs assessment at each of the each of the ELACs, and then we did one at DLAC as well. It started as a private survey, and then we did a carousel activity in this room that incorporated movement and collaboration and supported peer interactions. And these are the elements that came up as the DLAC families really wanting more learning coming from within TTUSD on these items, so they felt more empowered to be a collaborative partner in giving recommendations, so that they feel more informed to go back to their ELAC and close those feedback loops, as well as having empowered and candid conversations with their site administrators on funding and programs and processes. And so these are where we will focus in the upcoming school year. We'll use DLAC and ELAC and parent workshops and communication to continue to improve the education pieces for our English learner families. We plan on scaling up the strategies we've been using through CEI to all of the schools now to listen more, talk less, and have these highly engaging strategies at each meeting. And DLAC itself wants to scale up. One of the leadership moves is that the DLAC families are initiating having DLAC tables at the parent enrollment workshops, so that they grab the parents right away to increase the volunteer and the engagement of our English learner families. And so these are just some of the highlights. I hope I was able to communicate some learning, successes, and celebrations, and we're just looking forward to an even better next school year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Colburn. Any board comments or questions?
Ms. Colburn. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the parent voice, because we always talk here about student voice and parent voice, and I think this is the first time in maybe 2 or 3 years, at least since I've been sitting here, where I've noticed a difference in the DLAC leadership. But just, I don't know if for new board members or people watching from home, can you, DLAC and ELAC, can you spell that out and just a brief what they do in our district, please?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, if we go back to some slides, ELAC is, there are very few mandatory parent advisory committees, and ELAC, English Language Advisory Committee, and DLAC, the district version of that, are very much compliance items. Any school that has 20 English learners must have an ELAC. And the ELACs and DLACs have a series of, if you go back a little bit more, where it says that they advise on, there we go. Before even things like the site plan go to the site council, they're supposed to go through DLAC first. One more back, please. One more. Sorry, Chris. So they advise on the EL master plan, the needs assessments, English language programs in general, teacher and instructional aid requirements, the R30 language census, which is essentially looking at how many English learners do we have, how many RFEP students do we have, what languages are spoken. DLAC's responsible for looking over all the written notifications to parents and to advising on LCAP. And then at the site level, ELAC has several compliance items. One of them that's not necessarily listed here is the attention to attendance and going through that presentation and advising. And so when you talked about having the parent voice as opposed to just the student voice, the parent voice is critical, right? The more we have our parents understanding deeply the policies around attendance and the value of attendance, they are closing that feedback loop and going to other parents and getting the kids to school. So this is an example.
Thank you, and congratulations on wrapping up your first year.
Thank you. My pleasure.
The other thing I was going to say is too, I did want to echo what Trustee Hennessy had said, that the amount of positive feedback and the more, like the involvement of your DLAC and ELAC teams is very noted, and it's great to see. And it's important that they have a voice too, but they're actually getting action, and I think that you've done a great job circling back after meetings or whatnot, so it's been great to see. I did apologize, any public comment on that? I should have gone public comment first, apologize on that. All right, with that, that was an info only, so thank you very much for that, great job. Happy summer. Moving to 16.2.
Thank you, President Driller. So at our last board meeting, we reviewed the LCAP and kind of the uniqueness of this year, where we're winding down the first cycle of 3 years, and we have a small update. So you'll find 2 pages that are paper clipped together. We made a few revisions to our annual review for this current LCAP, the 23-24. And so we just added, updated some of the budget numbers and estimated actuals versus actuals. So that was updated since our last meeting. And then the other big update is in our new LCAP for 24-25, and this cycle is 3 years, so it actually goes through 27. And we are working with the county, as you know, they support us and give us feedback. And on page 3, and this is in the thicker packet, we added details to our annual performance reflections. And in particular, we were calling out and highlighting the areas on the California dashboard where we're in a red category, which means our population subgroup is not achieving at a high enough level nor making enough progress year to year. So I just wanted to point out that page 3, 4, and 5 has been enhanced with more information. And this will continue all the way through the month of July. The county will keep looking at it and helping us revise it to make sure it's clear to the public. The other updates were on the fiscal side. Our reviewer, Laura Lilly from the county, just asked a few clarifying questions. So our fiscal director, Annette, and our CBO, Todd Rivera, went through it. So there's a few numbers that changed since the last thing, but nothing substantial. The goals are the same, the action plans, but the county does a great job of really helping us make sure that everything is lined up expectation-wise. But this is an action item, but of course, please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you for those updates. Any public comment on that, on this item? And any board comments on this?
No, just thank you for answering my homework questions.
Yep. With that, then, let's bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the local control and accountability plan.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you for that. Bringing it back to curriculum and instruction, Superintendent Kramer.
For this item, we're going to invite up our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Ed Hilton, who was on special assignment.
So is that a CTO TOSA?
I think
SOSA or something? Thank you, Superintendent Kramer, President Driller. It's my privilege to be able to work alongside a great group of folks on the strategic plan this year, and specifically around outdoor education. So we are here tonight to outline for you the work that we've done, where we are now, and where we see that we are going. One of the first things we did when we got together is to outline a vision. Because we needed a vision for us to kind of align our thoughts, because outdoor education is really everything we do in Tahoe, Truckee. So we needed to make sure that we were focusing on exactly what the need is, and that we're addressing specifically what the needs of our community and our most importantly, our students are. So the vision is here, and to highlight it is that every student every year would have opportunities to learn in the outdoors, which is very unique to Tahoe, Truckee, and we know that that's in our mission and vision statements that we've approved over the years. The community in which we live, the outdoor environment, is very important to us, our community, and our students. So that's, the vision is where we filtered a lot of our discussion through. A couple of acronyms we want to share with you because we use them in some of our documentation. If you're interested in looking more into what we've done, there's some links on this slide deck that you can go deeper. One is OE, that's outdoor education. ELIT is environmental literacy, which is like a broader category around the environment and our place in the environment and how we interact with the environment. Outdoor education can be under environmental literacy, but it's also even a little bit, it's in environmental literacy, but it also encompasses other areas like civics, social emotional learning, things of that nature. So we use those in a lot of the work that we did. We incorporated both of those, and environmental literacy you'll hear a little more about because we think that's a way that we can leverage outdoor education as a through line for the things that we do with our students. So to get us started thinking about outdoor education, I would like to go around the room, or I should say the dais, we'll go around the dais, and we'd like the board, because a lot of us have been talking about outdoor education for so long, we'd like you to share a little bit about outdoor education because this is an opportunity for us to get feedback from you as well as we go into our second year. So 2 questions. Share your earliest memory of outdoor education. What was that experience and why was it impactful for you? In no particular order. And I can call on people if you don't want to raise your hand. I don't have my sticks with me, yeah.
Throw stuff at us to give us our turns.
I'll get us going. Thank you for giving us homework. We always love homework. Earliest memory of an outdoor learning experience, I totally scored big because my mom and dad both were teachers, and my mom and dad made an outdoor ed program at our house. And so I grew up with it. So we had it at our little non-functioning farm. Didn't make any money. But no, mom and dad basically we had, I forgot what they called it, but in our back hill, we had a sugar maple hill, and we would go up in the back, and then dad made all those, like the spider webs, like the team building things. So we had spider webs we had to go through. We had this big thing, mom loved it. We had to go up this, like the plywood thing that you climb up, and then you try to get the whole team over. We weren't always successful, but yeah. And why was it impactful? Just one of it was fun. 2 was with family, so we had a blast. But it was actually, it leveled the playing field. Like all of our friends came, and it was awesome. So it was just, I don't know, I had a blast.
Thank you for sharing that, Dee.
Okay, there you go.
Cool. I want to go there. Who's next?
Okay, fine. I don't know if it's my earliest, but it's a good one. My grandparents had some property in the Bay Area where the yard was very large and kind of just rugged. So it had, at the time, what I thought was this giant sloping hill and this huge walnut tree and lots of just land for me to do whatever I want. And I was given a hose and a watering can and whatever I wanted to take outside and could do whatever I want. So I have these very vivid memories of a pink truck that I used to play with that I would fill up with water and add mud to and make my own sort of take your own mud pie with you wherever you went. And I think it was impactful because it allowed me to experiment sort of with the natural environment in whatever way I wanted to. So whether I wanted to eat the mustard plants that were outside, you know, they didn't mind, or if I wanted to crack a walnut and eat it, they were fine with that too. So I think it just really created this love of exploration and sort of experiencing things the way that you want to when you're outside.
Thank you, Danielle.
I grew up in Los Angeles in the 70s, so I have to say I'm dating myself here because it wasn't a thing yet at that time. It just wasn't. School districts didn't have the funding, and it wasn't supported. I think my earliest, it's sort of like comedic, but we went to the La Brea tar pits on a field trip, right? Like, who didn't do that, right? That was like an important scientific field trip where we all like sweated on the bus for like 2 hours to get there, and all of our lunches were like disgusting by the time we got there. It wasn't like a completely positive memory, but
impactful.
But impactful, definitely, very impactful and seared in my memory. But I think I will also say that I also grew up on the beach, so I spent a lot of time in the ocean growing up, and that's the marine biology piece, which was primarily because my mom dropped us off at daycare, and the daycare people took us to the beach all day long. So that was like how I kind of got into nature. Very cool, yeah. Have to end on a positive. Don't want to traumatize everyone with the La Brea tarp.
Cool. They were cool. Thank you for sharing, Kirsten.
I would say for me, it was the home I grew up in. I grew up in South America on what I would today call a gentleman's ranch. We had every single fruit tree and citrus tree you can imagine. My grandfather would have me help tend to the potatoes that were growing and pick the fruit for the dinner's dessert. And I was constantly always filthy. I was a filthy mess all of the time. Tending to the garden like a little adult, I would help catch and sometimes chickens. And but it was cool to see that that's where our food came from. And it was just impactful because I just remember a sense of duty and discipline, and you're not going to have strawberries if you don't tend to them, and then know when they're ready to be picked and those kinds of things. So I was always very proud. Like, I picked dessert, which would be 3 different kinds of plums. Yeah.
So if we could get, there we go. Thank you for sharing and being vulnerable for a moment and sharing some of those things, those experiences, because that's what we found. And we believe, especially after digging deeper into the strategic plan, those are the types of things that our community is thinking about when they gave their feedback as we are creating the strategic plan. So just to kind of orient us to where we are, here's the strategic plan. I love how Kirsten, every board meeting, makes sure to identify where we're at. Right now, we're at the far right in the green area, community connections, and that's something, outdoor education and increasing our partnerships around outdoor education was something that was identified as a need that we have here in Tahoe, Truckee. So one of the action priorities that was identified in 3.3 was to expand community partnerships supporting student learning, expanding opportunities for community-based educational partnerships, immersion in the natural environment, and outdoor education in the area. So as a cabinet, we came together and came up with what some action plans could look like, and this is not something that we could solve just in a summer or in a few months. And so we wanted to make sure that we gathered a group of folks together that could work on strategic action 3.3.2, which we've been working on all year long. And that is to evaluate our current outdoor education opportunities and experiences that our students are having in the local area, and to engage with in the natural environment. And so in looking at that evaluation, it sets us up for our action step for next year, which we'll talk more about. But I want to make sure that we celebrate the group, the team that we've put together. Right now, more than 8 partners were deeply integrated into the work group, and we called it a work group, not just a committee, because we're not making decisions. This is a group that is working from students all the way up to the site administrators and our community partners on some different projects throughout the course of the year, because we couldn't do it alone. So we want to make sure that we from all the partners that are listed here, that you would know that we're engaging with those partners, and they're very involved in what we're doing in outdoor education in TTUSD. I also want to acknowledge the TTUSD staff that were here on the team as well. We have students, Lakeside, Truckee side, administrators, as well as teachers from the different grade spans. So I'm thankful that all of these folks took their time. This is volunteer time after their work day to be able to engage in outdoor education. And it's because we're all very passionate about being in the outdoors, and we want to make sure that our students engage in that. So to start out with the celebrations of our work group this year, I'd like to invite Kathy up. And I'll go see if I can get a new battery. It's this right button there.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to share some of our accomplishments this year. You can see that we had a large group of people working together under the direction of Ed, which is wonderful. And we feel like we accomplished a lot this year, and we can kind of hit the ground running next year with some real specific action items. So the first thing we did is we inventoried the TTUSD teachers and administrators to see what programs were already being implemented in TTUSD. Then we also had, we wrote and implemented a partners program inventory. So the community partners identified everything that could be offered, is offered, and could be offered at each grade level to TTUSD. And we also did a community survey, which included, we had students, parents, teachers, administrators, and partners had separate survey. And we got some general opinions about outdoor ed in general, opinions about the existing programs, and opinions about what they would like to see in the future. So then we identified challenges for existing programs and programs for the future. We explored those possibilities that could happen, and then we confirmed our next steps for next academic year. And so these items will be explained more in the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
So to begin, we want to share with you where we're at now. What's our status? What does outdoor education look like in TTUSD currently? Did I skip too far ahead? Okay. Come on up. And please, when you come up to the podium, make sure to introduce yourself and where you're from.
Hi, President Driller, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Missy Muller, and I'm with Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships. And I remembered as you guys were sharing your stories, I meant to put a photo of myself up here because I grew up at Kings Beach Elementary, used that library, Tahoe City Library, big fan. But I grew up with my father taking me out to Sagehen as a little kid, and that was my formative years. So it's so special that I get to go back and teach there. And it's wonderful that I can be a part of this, representing that as a former student in this area and understanding how important it is, how much it's grown. But that's a little bit more than just introducing myself. So I'm just going to start off with, we're going to highlight and just show a little bit of what we already have in the different elementary, middle school, and high school. And so this just lists some of the outdoor highlights, education that we have, and some of the value of it, the wellness that it brings, the exposure, and all of that.
So, with high school, are you doing high school?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just highlighting the high school parts.
Awesome.
Something else?
No, you're good.
Okay. But next is...
Well,
next is...
it's the end of school. So next up, for middle school, thank you, Missy.
Yes.
Griffin and Beckett are going to come up and share a little bit. It just goes to this slide of what's going on at the middle schools. And you can just share. And make sure to introduce yourself, your name, your grade, and where you go to school.
Hi, I'm Beckett Norse, and I go to North Tahoe Middle School.
Hi, I'm Griffin Toscano, and I'm going into 8th grade at ACMS.
Some things that we do at school are like eco action clubs and like forest health, and I'm not sure what Grizzly Ranch means.
Griffin does.
Yeah, for the 6th graders at ACMS go overnight there for a day and do. I did that 2 years ago, and we do like outdoor education there.
Awesome. Beckett, can you share a little bit about what an Eco Action Club is?
An eco action club is when, like every morning when, or not every morning, every like Tuesday or something, and everybody who wants to can like meet up and they talk about stuff like what they could do for the environment, and they make posters for the school to see.
Some other ones are science and stewardship, student-driven research programs, and special day class outdoor programming.
Thank you. Thank you, Griffin. Thank you, Beckett. Appreciate you sharing. Now we'll invite Mari and Ellie up to share a little bit about elementary schools and what outdoor education is happening there. Introduce yourself, your grade, your name, and where you go to school.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ellie, and I went to Kings Beach Elementary.
Hi, I'm Mari, and I go to I'm in 5th grade and go to Donner Trail Elementary.
Some things we do in elementary school is sage hen in fall, winter, and spring. Winter Discovery Center, Waters of Wondershed, and Fisheries Field Day, and then the trails and Vistas Dreaming Tree.
At Donner Trail this year we did some of the programs we did were Wonders of the Watershed, River Day, and Defensible Space Service Day.
Mari, what's a Defensible Space Service Day?
We went to a couple's house, and we cleared the area around their house so it had more defensible space, so it protected it from fires.
And Ellie, is there something that stood out for you that you did in the outdoors at Kings Beach?
I really loved the sage hen projects with either SWEP or Turk. I think it was Turk, but those were very fun.
Yeah, Turk is in Tahoe Environmental Research Center. Yes. Thank you both for sharing. Awesome.
Is that the tree?
Yes. So we wouldn't be schools if we didn't have standards, and we wanted to make sure to let you know that outdoor education is very specific in two areas of standards, the next generation science standards, as well as the environmental principles and concepts, which covers environmental literacy. That said, through our conversations and look at what our different schools are doing across the district, pretty much any lesson can be made an outdoor education experience, which is pretty cool. And those are the things that we want to start to leverage as we look to enhancing outdoor education in the future. So one thing that we found that was really cool when we started digging into outdoor education environmental literacy is the State Seal of Civic Engagement in environmental literacy. What is that? Well, first thing, if you want to click on it on the slide deck, you can click in here and learn a little bit more. But I have a friend, Ms. Stefani.
Hi, my name's Annie Stefani. I'm the teacher librarian at North Tahoe High School. And one thing that we came across as we were doing research on what other LEAs offer in terms of outdoor education is a state seal of civic engagement with a focus on environmental literacy. And this was something that I had not heard of, but it's very similar to the state seal of biliteracy, which is something that our students have access to if they participate in dual immersion. On their diploma, they get this additional recognition for being biliterate by the state of California. So this is a framework that we could possibly use and we're exploring in order to tie in not only the standards but the experiences, and then potentially give our students another sort of accolade when they graduate to say that all the time that they spent with the different eco-action teams, green team, some of our students are involved from 3rd all the way through 12th grade in these programs, and sort of tie that in. The framework does include academic, civic engagement projects, reflection and character building, which are all pieces that currently exist within Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. So we feel like this is something that we would really love to explore and then bring in the service projects as well. And Ed, if you could advance.
Absolutely.
So you just can kind of see at each grade span, there's sort of a project area where students could focus. And then the next slide. So these are some examples of, there are over 28 counties in California that have this, that offer this state seal. So it's 260 schools. Last year in the 22-23 school year, 12,000 students received the state seal of civic engagement, specifically in environmental literacy. And these are some of the potential projects that could be incorporated into this framework.
So we're looking forward, as you've heard, there's a lot of outdoor education happening. We're looking at ways that we could align and increase what we're doing, as well as provide career opportunities and opportunities for seals on diplomas for our students. Next up, I'm going to invite Ms. Blessy.
Hi there, my name is Candy Blessy. I'm a retired teacher from about 5 years ago, I guess I retired, and one of the directors of the SHN Outdoor Education Program. So I know several of you are familiar with that. So a big part of the process that we've been doing with this committee is, we know how important it was to hear from students about the value of the outdoor education process and what it's meant to them in their life, as well as parents and teachers and so forth. So part of that was, we did a survey, but I want to invite up some kids to go over some of the voices that we heard, and we want to honor these voices, and they can, so I think with that in mind, let's see. Becca, you're up.
One student said, "My outdoor experiences made me love the environment and want to protect it."
Hello, I'm Kelly Norse, and also I'm a parent, but also I'm on the AP Environmental teacher at North Tahoe High School. And that first picture was a little bit, you couldn't really see what's happening, but the kids did a massive campus cleanup, and we talked to the students about why litter is bad, not just to look at, but the birds eat it, and then the microplastics get in the water, we drink those, and then the endocrine disruptors and all the things. So that was a big thing. So, but the quote I have for you is, without having school field trips to provide these opportunities, we are creating greater divide between the families who have outdoor educational experiences and those who can't. So we kind of talked about how some of you had families that allowed you to go outside and do these amazing things, and some kids don't. And so we really need to we live in this super special place, and we need to make sure that all kids have access to the outdoors and see the value and like why we care about that. Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Andy Beatty, and I am a teacher at TTUSD, and so I'm presenting the teacher quote to you. They weren't my words, but I agree wholeheartedly with them. I would like outdoor education to be a foundational component of teaching and learning. So one of the things we've been talking a lot about is how teachers go outside and how they can tweak a lesson very easily to really fit within our definition that we are saying outdoor education encompasses. And so looking forward to that and helping and supporting teachers in doing that.
Another student said, outdoor experiences impact my overall attitude in a good way. It makes me a happier person to be outside, and it builds knowledge towards our home, the wilderness.
Thank you.
A student said, I'm looking into my science career now.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing those quotes. Want to make sure to honor the voices. We had over 400 different people take our surveys, both teachers, students, parents, and community partners, and we were very thankful for their input. Next up, I'd like to invite Ms. Mueller back up to take, I'm sorry, this would be Andy. So Andy can come up and share a little bit about our one of the big projects we worked on, which was the outdoor education inventory.
Thank you, Ed. So what we started with was, like we've already mentioned, and Missy's going to talk more about in a minute about the survey, what kinds of questions we asked people, and we created a document that was like an Excel spreadsheet to sort of organize all of our responses. So questions went out asking things about what happens at your school, what grade levels were involved, who helped you do it, and then the community partners answered those, a lot of those same questions from their perspective. And it was really beneficial for us to start gathering the data and looking at all of the things that helped us to form our future thoughts and where we wanted to go with this. So what some of the findings that we had were that there's something happening at every school site and pretty much every grade level. One of the challenges is equity amongst that, school sites and grade levels. We figured out that our district is doing a pretty darn good job already. Of course, there's room for growth and helping one another from the district level. Coordination, it was a big thing of just getting all of this on the table and really moving forward with it. You can look at the inventory. There's a link to it on this slide if you want to see exactly who our community partners are, because there were a ton of them, and just getting everybody to respond. I mean, I spent a lot of time making phone calls. Hey, you filled out this inventory and I don't know what this program is. Could you tell me a little more about it? So we could make a determination of whether it really did fit under our definition of outdoor education.
I want to say how excited I am to be a part of this group, and part of it is I love the outdoor. I think you all know that in education, but also with the progress we made, and the inventory was just a great example, but so were the survey results. So I hope you'll look at the survey results, because we surveyed such a breadth of population. So parents, students of all ages, teachers, partners, community members. And the overwhelming consensus was to support outdoor education. It was really interesting information in the survey about that, about where the opinions come from, how strongly they are felt, and I think it's super valuable. But, as this breaks down, they also talk about the importance of wellness, The teachers have seen that, also that we have access to it naturally here in our area. But I think it would be very valuable for you to read because it also depicts, from the teacher's standpoint and many others, the challenges we find in doing outdoor education. And I'm going to get into that as well. So the next steps that we would like to propose have three parts. One is communication, the other is curriculum, and then the other is challenges. We really took this as the priority that you call it, priority 3.3, and these are the ideas of where we think it should go. We want to do more community outreach about outdoor education. We found even as a group, we were discussing what really is it and created the mission and the vision. Everybody has a different opinion about what it is, so I think it's very important that we continue to outreach and get more information from the community. The same goes with partner engagement and resources. There are so many partners. As you know, we have a 27-year history between SWEP and TTUSD, and partnerships is part of our name. It's part of what goes so right in these small communities that we have in the district. And so we are recommending that we continue to engage with partners and resources. Lesson templates on outdoor education. There's so much out there, and we want to expand on that and look into it. And then this is a hot topic, excuse the pun, with climate issues. It really is, and there's so much grant opportunity, funding opportunities. I just found out in South Shore, about $600,000 they brought in through a NEF grant to help with outdoor education. I think there's tremendous opportunities. I've partnered before with the town, with TTUSD, with grants. It doesn't mean that we have to have partnerships, but there are opportunities here to really help the district move forward. And find funding for it. So with curriculum and instruction, we've had so much support from the teachers and partners and ideas on that, but we want to continue to define our priorities to look more closely at, Andy was talking about equity, to think about where the gaps are and where we can put some of our priorities and the different grades, making sure every grade is addressed and every grade does a certain amount. The civic engagement that Ed spoke about and was mentioned, it's so important. We're doing this stuff already. I know I was part of the Green Ribbon Award with the school district, and there were times where we were bringing in Anna Klostad was bringing in a new light system, so it's like, why not teach the kids before we bring in the lights and after we bring in the lights? They do an audit before and afterwards so the kids can be a part of the learning process and be empowered with it. And so that's super important to think about. And with curriculum integration, we want to make sure that all subjects consider outdoor education, right? I know Kelly spoke earlier, and she, of course, is a science teacher, but there are teachers in all the subjects that can go outdoors, and there's ways to have cross-curricular benefits with outdoor education. And then educator training is something we really feel is important to make the educators feel more comfortable with teaching outdoors, but also to help them with capacity issues that we're seeing right now. But with all of this, it is a priority. I know it is for me, I know it is for the whole group that's been working, and obviously the survey showed what a priority it is. But there's some challenges with this, and we have to address. We feel that we should prioritize a budget towards the outdoor education. And I just talked about maybe some funding sources for that. But that if it is a priority, let's put a budget behind it. The volunteer onboarding. As you know, I'm with SWEP, and I'm just talking from the SWEP standpoint, but for 27 years we've been doing this. And what happened during COVID with parent drivers and with transportation, just about wiped everybody out on the outdoor education. So now that we're saying it's a priority, there's a few things we have to fix. I know you've been working so hard. There's been tons of improvement. I want to say yay, pull out my cheerleader things, but we still have a ways to go. Winter Discovery is a perfect example. It's super popular. The day we put it out for teachers to do, it fills up before the end of the day. But then when, and Andy experienced this, when she as a teacher was super excited to do it, in the end couldn't get there because of the parent-driver situation. I've had Stephanie Foshek drive Tahoe City kids. You know, so it's still a challenge, and I just want to say capital letters challenge, okay, with that. And the permission slips go in that. I see teacher capacity where they're like, I would love to do this. I really, really would, but there's no way I can handle even just trying to find those parent drivers or deal with the transportation requests. So how can we help them? When we've talked about the electronic permission slips, I've dealt with that a lot from the Envirolution standpoint. There's so many things that are involved with permission slips and with field trips already. Let's make it a little bit easier with the permission slip side. Because the teacher, I know I'm always thinking, I joke, there's so much involved in that you think about. It takes a lot more. And anything we can do to help. And then we left transportation for the final one. That is still such a hard, big challenge. Again, I worked with Nanette so much, and she was amazing, and you guys are hiring and working. There's a lot of things you don't even have control of. But we need to get more creative on, like, if we can't get the parent drivers, can we get a bus? Can we get finances for charter bus? We do for sports. This is for academics. This is for student wellness. This really is important. This is something that's requested through the surveys, and I hope we can continue to progress in these areas and with these challenges.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. And I just want to take a moment to just say how, thank you for staying through a whole board meeting, especially for the kids. This is a good exposure to civic government at work, and we have an amazing board, and I'm glad you get to see them do their business together, as well as something that we're all passionate about. And they just did a lot of work and volunteer work at that to help make this happen this year, as we're getting closer to really identifying where we're going. So with hearing all of the things we did this year, I want to bring us back to the priority that's identified in the strategic plan that the board approved at the beginning of the school year: expanding community partnerships to support student learning, expand opportunities for community-based educational partnerships and immersion in our natural environment and outdoor education in the area. So knowing this priority, and it supports community partnerships and outdoor education, how do you envision, and this is where you get to be involved again and kind of let us know and get a little feedback, how do you envision supporting the upcoming TTUSD OE-ELIT action items in the next academic year as we are moving forward?
Well, I am going to get my volunteer stuff done so I can
So you can drive.
so I can drive. No, I do want to say that.
Mr. Shepherd will help you with that.
Yeah,
We're ready to go.
That, well, I gotta, yeah. We have a bus driver, like we've got an academy that now we're affiliated with, that we actually are teaching people how to drive buses. So I do think that, yes, one thing, just quickly saying that I think for me, this is my passion. I mean, I obviously love outdoor ed. I think we've come a full circle. It has been very adamantly placed on our mission, vision, and values. Like, we love where we live. We appreciate where we live. When we interview superintendents, do you have any idea what a four-wheel drive is, or do you understand any of that? So we get where we live. So I think that we are. I think, and I appreciate you guys giving us the, when you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. We put it on our plan. We say that, how are we going to make it work to encourage it to be successful? Bus drivers for sure, educating our staff who doesn't understand the fact that if you just get the kid outside and how do you control them outside? So that I coach ski racing or skiing, whatever, it's so different than a classroom because you have got to manage that. So yes, education. But how am I going to be part of it? I'm going to totally support all that you do because I totally believe in being outdoors and being outside. I am members. Kelly Norris and I are going to figure out the food problem.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get rid of that. We're going to have compost. We're going to have the Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal help us with Placer County to do a compost up there. I can go on.
Todd's like, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to stop. Danielle, have anything that you would like to add?
You can just say, it was supposed to be a brief whip around with one thing, but you can do many things too. Thank you.
No, I mean, I think you covered it well. I mean, I think our role is, we do rely on sort of the cabinet superintendent to bring to our attention what the needs are. And so we're fortunate to have, a great district that does that for us. So I feel like you guys are already doing the heavy lifting. We're just sort of here to support what you bring to us. So I see that as our role as being supportive and advocates really for this program. I mean, just outdoor education is so integral to where we are, and we're so fortunate. I mean, I have friends who are teachers in LA Unified, and having a plant in a classroom is sort of their exposure.
Outdoor ed.
I'm not kidding. I mean, it sounds sad, but like my friend actually did an exercise of planting flowers in a pot in the classroom, and none of them had ever touched dirt before, and this was in third grade. So I mean, our lens is so different because we do have the ability to walk outside, and it may not be your house, but you still have it in your school, you have it around you. So I think just continuing to emphasize, one, how lucky you are and how important it is really what our role is.
Awesome. Thanks, Danielle.
Well, I'm going to click on that link and look at the partnerships because I have two at the top of my head that I think would be worthy a conversation with. So if they're not on there, I will connect with you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, again, this district values student voice and parent voice, and we know that the parents are seeking outdoor education by the enrollment at charter and private schools in our area. And the fact that I don't feel we need to catch up. I feel like you said, we've been doing stuff. I've been to so many field trips with my daughter since kinder, and she's a brand new graduate. And I feel like I've always had an opportunity to release trout eggs, to go to Sage Hen, to figure out how the wind works at the beach. And all of our sites, I mean, unless I'm wrong, all of our sites have natural environment directly outside of their doors. So thank you for focusing on that and for continuing to, I guess by implementing this, it will make what we already do stronger and more focused, right? So, but as far as how I'm going to support, I'm going to look at that partnership list and then give you some names.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you guys so much.
Well, it goes without saying, I think it's pretty obvious that nature is therapeutic for everyone, all ages. And education in and of itself, I think, sort of got a little bit off the beaten pathway for several decades without acknowledging how important people need to be in nature. So I'm all for anything that we can do to support making this a huge part of our vision, our mission, and our belief statements, and not just having it be like an add-on at the end or like something that we do for a special day, but is integrated and interwoven throughout and infused really throughout all of the aspects of our academic goals. Kids need to experience what it's like to have their hands in the soil and in the water and touching animals and growing things. And in the wintertime, I know it's super hard. And that's the time of year when everyone's going stir crazy and everybody wants to get out of the classroom, but we're buried. So I think we need to kind of put our thinking hats on and try to figure out ways for kids to be able to do outdoor education without needing a bus trip, because we have labs in the backyard of every single one of our campuses, because the school district was so smart, I don't know, 100 years ago, when they bought the land. So we've got the property, the most valuable property in the country is where our schools are sitting.
Absolutely.
So I think we can leverage and really kind of spearhead almost a movement for other districts to follow. I'd love to present at like CSBA or like really get out there the word of how to do it and how to model it and how to make it happen and how to have it be not harder, but just infused. It's just as important as math and science and history and social studies and everything else we teach, right?
And outdoor education can be math, science, social studies, all those things, which is so cool. Thank you for sharing that, Kirsten. That's a great way to put it. I love that idea of infusion. For super helpful. So thank you for sharing your thoughts and your support. It feels good for us to be able to go into the next year with a big list of next steps as we define what those are going to be, and that you're going to be supporting us on the way. What questions do you have of our team? I'm here as well as all of our partners and our students and parents. What questions do you have?
Thank you, Mr. Ed Hilton. Any questions that we haven't already heard? I do know that we'll be looking at your report now. It's fun to actually read it, and then you wait till you hear it, and then you go back and read it again. I don't have any questions. I do have a comment, though. I want to, Beckett, you guys were awesome. Sorry for making you guys stay so long, Ellie. And I didn't get your name. Marnie?
Mari.
Mari. We really, this is the best part of it when you guys speak, because we like you the most. But thank you so much for staying and speaking, because it's hard to talk, isn't it, in public? It's crazy hard. But you guys did a great job. Thank you very much for doing that.
Young man in the hat right here, too.
And then your first name? Griffin, sorry, yep, you're, young, he's taller than me. Thank you for coming and speaking as well. And now, the other thing I was just going to say is that I appreciate the fact that you're holding us to our words, that we've said that we value where we live, and, outdoor ed is part of it. I do also want to thank you for spinning it a little bit more towards support, again, time and place, different time and different place, but to have the superintendent sort of but have you guys present and then support all these different things is huge. And I think that, not only did we give her a positive evaluation, but no, this is a big deal for when you talk about it falls from the top. And so when that whole, as you said, Danielle, you said lens, when that lens is in that environmental perspective, I think it makes it a lot easier. So the seal of environmental literacy is huge. So that's going to be, those are great things. And so I will just say, with that, thank you so much. Look forward to all of these things that you're doing. I will ask that we do take a 2-minute break, just to have a quick, just a 2-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 7:45.
Okay. No other questions?
No more questions. Okay. I think we did all right. But thank you.
Thank you.
That was so awesome. And how come we didn't get to introduce Meg? How come she didn't get to stand up?
Meg was a very important part of our work group, and she also brought her children today.
So that is yours.
Thank you. Griffin and Mari's mom.
In the parking lot, like similar to, I was like, I thought I had stopped.
all the way through.
Thankfully, there's a lot of Placer County space, but, you know, I'm coming off of a lot of.
They own the
Okay,
property.
thank you very much. We are reconvening our board, Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Board, and we're going to move on to 17.0. 17.0 Fiscal Services, Superintendent Kramer.
Yes, it is my pleasure to introduce our current Director of Educational Service, Mrs. Shawn Roderick, but in the personal action, we all just approved that she is our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services starting on July 1. So congratulations, Shawn.
Thank you.
And she has a curriculum adoption item for you.
I do, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kramer. Good evening, President Driller, Board of Trustees, and community. Tonight, I'm presenting a first read for course materials for the proposed new course, video editing. The technique of film and video editing, history, theory, and practice provides a detailed look at the artistic and aesthetic principles and practices of editing for both picture and sound. The book focuses on the fundamentals of editing as an art form rather than just learning a specific software program. It includes an analysis of photographs from dozens of classical and contemporary films and videos to give students a strong foundation. The book also puts the storytelling choices of an editor into context with theory, history, and practice. This is a first read for information only.
Sean, thank you so much for that. I apologize for skipping it. I went over to 17, but congratulations on your new position.
Thank you.
And thank you for reading that for us. Are there any questions from the board?
It's going to be available for parents out here.
Yes.
Yep. And Chris actually just asked, is this going to be available so that this text is available for public viewing outside? A lot of work went into doing this, so I appreciate all that. And with no public comment, so at this point, we will then move this to the next meeting for approval. Yep. Okay, and that will go on consent. All right, thank you. Now, good night. Happy graduation. Is that where you're at?
We're moving our youngest into grad school, so we're in Michigan.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay. Congratulations again.
Good night.
Good night. We'll move now to 17.0. Thank you so much, Superintendent Kramer.
And for this item, we'll turn to our Chief Business Officer, Mr. Todd Rivera.
Thank you very much. So tonight, we will present the 2024-2025 proposed budget. We did hold a public hearing at the last board meeting as required by Ed Code, and I'm going to present some of the highlights of our proposed budget for next year. Thank you. So just real quick here, just a recap of kind of the budget reporting process. Is just another way to show that we're always kind of in 3 different budget cycles at any given time. So we had the public hearing for the 24-25 budget at the last board meeting. Tonight we present and hopefully we'll adopt the 24-25 budget, and that's going to be followed with us closing our 2023-24 books. We call that unaudited actuals when we close out all of our accounts, and then we'll have an external audit as well, which will be presented in December, January for the 23-24 year. So we'll still be in 23-24 until the holidays. And then we'll start our reporting processes for the 24-25 with our first interim report, which covers any budgetary changes that occur from the adoption date here in June until October 31st. And then that's going to be followed with our second interim report, which has any additional budget changes through December 31st, and that's presented in March. And then, of course, presenting our 25-26 budget in June of 2025. So just a real quick recap also on the current state budget. So the governor released what he calls his May revise, which is his proposed budget to legislators on May 14th, 2024. And I'm not sure if you recall or you're following what's going on at the state as far as revenues, but over the course of the last year, the state has experienced very volatile revenues. They've come in very, very short from what was originally projected. Last year, during the 23-24 budget adoption for the state projected their revenues based on guesstimates, essentially. At the time, the IRS had extended the tax deadline for income taxes for corporate and individuals, and that is one of the main components and sources of revenue for the state. And the state projected it as if, the economy was still growing, and what happened when those receipts finally came in is they had a huge shortfall on their hands. So at the time of just throughout the current year, they've been operating in somewhat of a deficit of revenues. Moving into 24-25 and the projections there, again, there is a shortfall at the state level. Approximately $45 billion was what was being projected for the 24-25 year. And that basically forced the governor to take what he called early action measures. So he worked and negotiated with the legislators on finding ways to kind of fill some of those gaps. And he did that through what we've seen the state do in the past, and that is internal borrowing, deferrals of payments to agencies for different apportionments from the state, also looking and using our reserves. So and with these early action measures, he's not only using the state level budget stabilization account, which is the state's reserve, but he's also using the Proposition 98 reserve, which is kind of the K-12 reserve for education. So that brought down the shortfall to a mere $27.6 billion, still a lot of money. So moving into 24-25, they had to figure out other solutions. So we're going to do more of that. We're going to do some more of those early action measures, some reductions for different programs throughout the states, but mostly it's just going to be kind of a shell game of borrowing and filling those gaps for the 24-25 year. These are temporary solutions, so something's going to have to give in order to really fully fund 25-26. So that is either going to be, hopefully our economy grows and our revenues grow along with it to cover some of those gaps, or they may have to look at some form of reductions for different state programs. That being said, for the state and K-12 education, the governor has made K-12 education whole for the 24-25 year. There's no major reductions to any of the base programs. There's some minor reductions to some smaller programs, but nothing major. In fact, they even funded a COLA for some of the state education programs and also the local control funding formula. Obviously, as a basic aid district, we don't see that increase, but it's 1.07%. But that is also in comparison to what was projected several months ago for the COLA, was closer to 4%. So that's a huge loss to our LCFF districts, a huge reduction in what they were anticipating the revenues were going to look like in 24-25. So moving forward, I'll go through this quick. I know everybody's had a lot of presentations, so I'll try to move through and you can ask questions at any time during the presentation. So the first real step in developing our 2024-25 budget is really looking at where we're at in the current year, 23-24, and how we think we'll end things. We also use what we call our estimated actuals to help us project what we're going to spend in 24-25. So looking at that now, we're projecting closing out the year with revenues of just under $97.4 million. At our last reporting at second interim, we were projecting about $98 million in revenue. So why are we seeing a loss there of about $650,000? There's many reasons for that. We did receive notice that we would be receiving a little less special education funding than what was originally anticipated through our special education local plan area. That was a decrease of approximately $358,000. And then we also have some unspent revenues in our title programs, Title I and Title II and Title III, that basically are going to be carried over to next year, but until we actually spend those monies, we can't recognize them as revenue. So it looks like a reduction in revenue, but it's just moving it from one fiscal year to another. Same thing with our Career Technical Education Incentive Grant revenue. We're usually about a year behind in our expenditures, so we've made that adjustment. We'll carry forward that $271,000 on to next year, but it looks like a big reduction, and it's not really. On the expenditure side, we anticipate we'll end the year at about $97.4 million, similar to our revenues. At second interim, we're projecting over $99.5 million, 99.6 at second interim. So that's a pretty big reduction, about $2.2 million. So what's the reasoning behind that? Well, as you've seen throughout the year, we continue to have vacancies, mostly in our classified ranks, but we did have some certificated as well. That really, each time we made those adjustments, were substantial reductions, just because the unfilled positions, the costs are so high associated with those for special education IAs, our bus drivers, our custodians. So we saw another big reduction between second interim and the estimated actuals with just those vacancies. So that's approximately $1.25 million in additional savings. And then just looking at some of the site and department spendings, everything from donation accounts to Measure AA, to some of the site discretionary accounts. Some sites just didn't spend all their money this year. So that was a reduction there, just materials and supplies, planned expenditures that weren't incurred for field trips. So that was another large component. And then one of the largest reductions in expenditures were, we have already done quite a lot of bus replacements this year. We did the 4 electric vehicle buses, and we also did 1 diesel low emissions bus replacement. We had plans for another 4 that we were going to receive Air Pollution Control District grants for, and those were low emission diesel buses. That is not going to happen this year. We're not going to receive those buses or the grants in 24-25. We're going to receive them, in 23-24, we're going to receive them next year. So that was an overall reduction in our expenses of $1 million. So we're reducing it in 23-24, and we're adding it to next year, 24-25. So how that ends us for the year is with a pretty decent reserve of $15,123,500. That represents about 15.54% of our overall general fund expenditures. And that's also an increase of about $785,000 from our second interim timeline. So we're showing that we're still in really good condition with our reserve and meeting our goal, or a policy from the board of a 10 to 16% reserve. Okay, moving forward to 24-25. So we always make assumptions. These are educated guesses on what we think things are going to look like as far as percentage increases, etc. Property taxes, our largest revenue source, we're projecting an increase of about 4.92%. That's a little bit less than what we've seen in the last couple years. We've seen some good years, but we've also seen our property taxes continue to increase year over year, but at a kind of a diminishing increase, if that's the best way to describe it. I think last year we were at about 7.5%, so that shows that now we're kind of declining. The year before that, we were closer to 10. Right now, the Nevada County is going to project about 5% district-wide, or excuse me, county-wide. And I received kind of a snapshot number from Placer County as of June 1st, and at that time, we were only at 4.36% for Placer County assessed value. So Normally, we'll see a little bit of a bump up from early June to when they finally put out the tax rolls in July, August. And hopefully it'll come in a little higher than this. Measure AA revenue remains pretty flat, about $5.66 million in revenue for us. And we're continuing to contribute a little bit over $1 million towards those programs in order to sustain and maintain the allocations to the school sites. Washoe County tuition, just under $700,000 in receipts from them. And then, of course, we have our in lieu property tax transfer to Sierra Expeditionary Learning School of about $2.3 million, roughly. And then a new revenue source, which we haven't really talked about. We didn't include it at second interim, and that is our arts and music in schools funding. And that was the Proposition 28 that went in front of voters of California a couple years back. And it's specifically for supplemental funding for arts and music programs in schools. So last year, in 23-24, we did receive some funding. However, we didn't allocate it to sites because they were still waiting on some clarification language on how you can spend those funds. So next year, we're recognizing the revenue and the allocation to the school sites. And then we're estimating about a $1.3 million in transportation reimbursement. On the expense side, we always include our stepping column increase. That's just the natural movement on the salary schedules that classified and certificate employees move every year. That amount is approximately 1.86% increase in the salaries for certificated and about a 2.4% increase for classified members. Our STRS contribution rates are remaining steady at 19.1 for our teachers, and then our PERS contribution rates have increased to just a little over 27% for classified, and that number is going to continue to increase year over year for the next several years. We saw a decrease in our workers' comp rate, so we've been doing a really good job at trying to prevent injuries and limit that, and that shows in our rates. And then one other major assumption that I do want to highlight is that we have been funding some staff on a temporary basis for actually several years through one-time funding sources. First it was ESSER funds, and then it's moved into our Learning Emergency Block Grant and Educator Effectiveness Funds. So we have positions such as our TOSA coaches, some additional counselors that or portions of counselors that we've added, enhancement paraprofessionals, campus monitors, that are all being funded by these temporary sources. And we'll talk in the multi-year on how we're going to move them from those temporary sources to our main funding sources. And then a big one, of course, is moving back all those vacancies that we experienced savings for in 23-24, having those back as full positions again and put back in the budget. New budget items, really the big one is that arts and music in the schools. There are some requirements surrounding this. 80% is supposed to be budgeted for staffing, and then the remaining 20% can be used for materials and supplies. So that's how it's shown in our budget right now. Each individual school site's going to put together their own plan on how they're utilizing this money, and it is allocated from the state on a site basis. So once we have a basic budgeting right now for the amount showing 80% staffing and 20% materials, but that could change throughout the year according to how the site determines they're going to use it. And then we did have some significant savings from attrition, and that is just when we have people that leave and resign and we decide that we're not going to rehire that or refill that position. Cabinet and HR worked very hard this year and really looking at staffing numbers and what the needs are. And if there was any opportunity to save by attrition, meaning we don't want to have to lay anyone off, but if on the natural we can not backfill some of those positions that maybe we don't fully need, that's huge savings to the district. So at least a couple positions fell out by attrition. And then we had some pretty significant savings We won't know the final numbers for a little bit, but from all of our retirees. We had a lot of retirees that were on the higher side of the salary schedule, so backfilling those at a much lower rate is going to save us quite a bit of money. So looking at overall revenue, again, our LCFF property tax revenues are our primary source, just a little over $74 million. You do see that compared to our estimated actuals, that increased by over $3.3 million. Most of that's that property tax increase of 4.92% that I talked about earlier. Moving on to federal revenues, we have a slight reduction, just under $1.8 million, a slight reduction of $173,000. And that's mostly because we have, our ESSER funds have gone away, and then also normally in our federal funding sources, we've had carryover from federal programs. We don't have so much of that moving into 24-25, and that's mostly our titles. And then moving into state revenue, we have a slight increase there of $170,000. And then the largest decrease is our local revenue. Part of that is just we don't recognize at budget adoption all of the donations that we'll potentially get. We try to be conservative with it, so we know we'll receive additional local donations in excess of what this number is. Other big ticket items that made the change were a decrease in our SB HIP funding, which is what we were using for a wellness expansion program. We received about $1.4 million in that funding source. In 23-24, we used about $933,000, but then in 24-25, we only have about $433,000 less that we'll be receiving. So that money's going away. In addition, we received some one-time insurance claim money for all the winter damages that we had in the prior school year that we were used to make repairs throughout the district. And then we also have a reduction from losing some one-time monies, the Arts, Music, Construction Block Grant that we received in 23-24 that goes away next year. So some pretty big ticket one-time funding sources. So our overall revenue, 75% of our revenue is really property taxes for the most part, with the largest other contributor being our local. So that includes our Measure AA, our community support for that. That's a big chunk of it, but then also our special ed funding and local donations from parents in the community. Okay, looking at expenses here, overall $99.2 million. We're getting real close to that $100 million mark. So, yeah, so we've grown quite a bit in the last, I'd say, 6 or 7 years. I remember when it was a 60-something million dollar budget. So looking at certificated salaries, just a little bit under $38.5 million. So we show only an increase of about $248,000 in certificated salaries. It doesn't sound like that much, but there really was a lot of adjustments, kind of some pluses and minuses. The step and column value from staff that we have in place in 23-24 moving into 24-25, the cost increase of that alone was $603,000 just for that 1.86%. We added, as I said, arts and music in the school staffing that we don't have filled yet. That was about $360,000 in addition. But then, as I said, we had a lot of attrition savings. So between our retirees were estimating that we'll save about $370,000. That offsets a lot of those increases. And then in addition, we made some reductions to some of our extra duty accounts that we had in place in 23-24, and also reduced our sub-accounts, substitute teaching accounts a little bit. Hopefully it's not wishful thinking and we'll actually realize some of those savings, but we're trying to bring it back down to pre-COVID levels as far as budget. And then, so with those additional savings and And also the two positions that we didn't backfill, that's an additional $400,000 in savings. So that's why that number doesn't look like it's a bigger increase. You have all these savings that are offsetting it. On the classified side, as to be expected, we have a huge increase, over $2 million between 23, 24 and next year. And most of that is all, of course, putting back in those vacant positions as in their full value. So that explains most of the change there. And then on the benefit side, of course, all those additional increases to classified and certificated, there's the whole benefit liability piece of it, all the taxes that go along with it, and STRS and PERS. Looking at other major changes, services and operating expenditures, we go from $12 million to about 10.7. Some of that is a lot of increases and decreases, as I mentioned before. We are seeing a $300,000 increase on our property and liability insurance, and we're going to probably expect that to continue year after year. Just the industry in general is changing. We don't have a lot of security there with rates. We have, as far as the decreases, we had decreases in our athletic transportation. We're hoping that will be fully staffed with our bus drivers, and maybe we don't have to use as many contracted transportation for athletics. If that doesn't happen, then we'll make adjustments probably in the middle of the year for that. We also are reducing or decreasing our ELOP program. In 23-24, we had a lot of startup costs that we were applying to the Boys and Girls Club to kind of get them ready for having an expanded learning opportunity program in the district. And then the same at the end of 23-24, we're giving them some money to kind of get going for the 24-25 year. So a little bit higher budget than what we originally anticipated. And then next year it kind of goes back down to normal. And then another big reduction in the services operating expenditures is our temporary custodial services that we had in 23-25. We're assuming that's going away because now we're fully staffed in custodians. And then we had about $400,000 in winter repairs from maintenance that we made in 23-24 that we will not do in 24-25. One other large change, is our capital outlay budget. You see that went down by about $1.2 million. Majority of that is the EV buses that we talked about. The value of those goes away, and then next year we have just 4 regular low emissions diesels, and so the cost difference there is about $1 million. Okay, the pie graph here, total expenditures, really looking again at our, as we talked about before, our budget is always about 80 to 85% staffing, and that's what this shows as well. Moving into the function, how we're spending the money, you'll see that about 82% is related to instruction and pupils directly. The remaining is just operations cost and other programs. And then really, I just wanted to highlight Measure AA once again, and just showing our huge community support for this program and what exactly Measure AA does for us every year. At the elementary school, we are funding 9.5 extracurricular teachers, 2.4 science enrichment teachers, a 0.7 FTE librarian, and 3.8 counselors at a value of just under $2.3 million. And then in addition, all the materials and supplies budgets that we have for extracurricular, visual and performing arts, the library, science materials, etc. So a total going to elementary schools of just under $2.6 billion. And then at the middle high school level, 1.0 FTE for class size reduction, just to help them keep their class sizes a little smaller. 4 academic enhancement teachers, and that varies from anything from CTE to, vocation, any type of other arts or arts classes or computer classes. 2.6 FTE librarians, 1.4 counselors, and then again the budgets for all the materials and supplies. So $3.4 million for middle and high school level, and then at the district level about $400,000, and that does help fund our technology staff as well as one nurse for the district. So thank you again to our community for Measure AA. So looking at our reserve for economic uncertainty, 24-25, what we show is a net increase, meaning our revenues exceed our expenditures by about $2.4 million. That builds our reserve to, by the end of next year, to about $17.6 million, which is a pretty large increase. Increases it by about $2.4 million and brings our reserve percentage to 17.72. One thing I can say is this scenario is not going to happen. This assumes nothing's going to change next year, meaning we're not going to have negotiations, we're not going to add any additional expenses. So that will be altered. That's basically keeping everything the same and letting the increase in revenue property taxes just drop down to the bottom line. On a multi-year basis, again, looking at those assumptions, we are being conservative in the out years, looking at 3.25% property tax increase in 25-26, followed by a little bit lower increase, 2.75 in 26-27. Some small increases to our charter and lieu tax payments. We are assuming that we're going to continue to receive that transportation reimbursement, and that we will see some nominal increases to some of our state revenues. And also, one of the big assumptions for the multi-year is that we're not going to continue to receive any one-time money that can help support some of that additional staffing I talked to, including our wellness program. On the expenditure side, having an average step and column increase of just under 2% for certificated, 2.2% for classified. Our CalSTRS contribution rates hopefully will maintain at 19.1, and then our CalPERS in contribution rates, as you see, continue to increase until they hit 28% in 26-27, and they're not done increasing. They're expected to maybe hit upwards of 30% eventually. One of the biggest assumptions in the multi-year projection is all that staffing that I told you about that we're temporarily funding with one-time sources. So what I've started to do in the 25-26 year is start to move back as that funding is fully expended, move some of the staffing back into the unrestricted general fund, and then the same thing in 26-27. So by the end of 26-27, we will have moved all of that staffing that's funded with temporary sources back into it, back to be funded by the unrestricted fund. Okay, so on the expense side, obviously we're continuing to expand transitional kindergarten, so we're going to have to continue to monitor that. We will be fully implemented in 25-26. That's when it's fully phased in. And then looking at our multi-year fund balances, you'll see here in 25-26 we show growing by another $2.3 million on our reserve, and again 26-27 goes up by another $2 million. So that of course is if nothing changed and we just continued to accumulate that money, which as I mentioned is not likely. So finally, I think the state finally agreed on their budget. I think it might have been today or yesterday, so I haven't looked at that to see if there was any changes from the May revise. But one thing we do need to kind of monitor is the state's economic condition over the course of the next year and see if that's going to impact us. Fortunately, we are a little secure because we're funded primarily from property taxes, but it doesn't mean that the state can't look at making some reductions to some programs that we do receive funding for. So we want to continue to monitor that, see if there's going to be any impacts to the following fiscal year as far as K-12 reductions. And then also, once we have our final property tax or assessed value numbers, we'll make adjustments to the budget to reflect that. We can continue to monitor property taxes and be conservative in the out years. And then again, TK staffing and funding, we're still not sure how those numbers of students are going to roll in and what the needs will be. But we'll continue to see what we get as far as TK enrollment this year, and then try to make better projections for 25, 26. Any questions?
Board, public comment? Actually, when you're looking at those out years in terms of the reserve for economic uncertainty, obviously those are high numbers. What's the highest we've had for our percentage of reserve?
I don't know. I think we've been slightly over 17% before. I think it was either last year's budget or the budget, I presented something very similar where it shows this growth year after year, but that's never going to happen. We're going to find a way to spend that money, right? So we're not going to see a 20% reserve, most likely.
Yep, I think that was more of a clarification for all of us, but that was awesome. Thank you very much for that. And that was, yes, any comments, please?
I just wanted to thank you for, as always, staying conservative and proactive, especially now that we're going to be losing one-time funding and, looking at ways to keep the people that are currently staffed in the programs staffed. Thank you for that, and thank you to your team for that.
Thank you. Oh, and I did forget to thank my team, J.R. Murphy and Annette Reichbart, who put a lot of work into this over the last several months. So thank you to them. I wouldn't be able to do it without them. And I apologize. I said it was going to be like 10 minutes, and it was not. So
there's a lot of good stuff.
I know everyone's hot and tired, and thank you for your patience.
That was important, valuable info.
I would just say that it's not something you can go over in 10 minutes. So, we're appreciative that you take your time, that it's very clear when we do the presentation, and it's easy for us to kind of, see the patterns. I love the things to monitor slide, things that you're always paying attention to, which is great. So it's always a great presentation, Todd.
We'll give you a positive evaluation as well, Todd. Thank you. That is a whole lot of work, and we're happy to be in the spot we're in. So that is an action item. So would anyone care to make a motion on the 24-25 proposed budget? I'll make a motion to approve the 24-25 proposed budget adoption. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to 18.0, personnel. Superintendent Kramer.
Yes, for this item, we'll turn to our Executive Director of Human Resources, Mr. Mike Shepard.
Thank you, Superintendent Kramer, President Driller, members of the board, and the community that's still watching. It's my pleasure to present for your consideration this MOU number 7 with TTEA, and this is addressing changes to the Truckee Elementary School schedule. And I just want to remark, while it's a management prerogative to change the schedule, it's critical for us to engage in the impacts and effects discussion with TTEA. So in light of that, we wrote a 1-year MOU to remind us all to circle back later in the year. How did this work? Addressing some concerns, and for us to have a discussion later in the year. So without any questions.
With that, thank you for the update. And then this is another action item. Would anyone care to make a motion for 18.1?
I'll make a motion to approve Memorandum of Understanding number 7 with TTEA.
In a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving to 18.2, Superintendent Kramer.
Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. This item is our 25-26 school calendar, and we're recommending approval of this calendar. And I wanted to point out that our calendar committee met twice. We met once, I presented a draft, and they provided us input for cabinet to meet and discuss and make the final recommendation to you tonight. So this has been a collaborative process. As I explained to the committee, we honored the board's direction to create 7 snow days in case, and all of the other ideas and things that you had developed from your committee from the year prior. So with that, any questions?
Yeah,
Thank you. I was going to say, which one of you was on it,
I
please?
was. No questions, but just listening to the feedback from committee members, all the things that we heard in public comment the last time were things that the committee members raised, and so they were not unanimous in sort of their feedback, but it was just as broad as what we got when people were giving us that feedback of, gee, it'd be nice if we could start sooner, or we could start later, or we could get out sooner, we could get out later, or we could change Ski Skate Week, or we could match it up with other holidays. There's just so many challenges. I think what was unique is that we were looking at sort of the data of absenteeism too, to kind of help guide once we figure out if this schedule is working, not working, what changes we might want to consider in the future, which, data is helpful, but it's like so nuanced too, where it's like, oh, Thanksgiving week was challenging, because it's, shorter, or, Ski Skate Week may or may not work. So I think there was just from the committee overall an appreciation of looking at data and using that as a point of reference and having the discussion, and that it's never going to be a perfect calendar. There is no such thing. We just have so many challenges here between snow days, construction season, people's, interest in having their vacations when it's not as expensive, or, childcare, you name it. It was just a list of things. So I think this is why we bring it back every year for us to talk about it, is to keep checking in and seeing, what's changing and what can be refreshed. But yeah, this is very similar to kind of what we are doing for this year. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for being on that committee. I know it's a tough one, and it's interesting. It never changes, but then again, it's one of those things where we do have to look at every year. So there's a lot of things. And I think also too, by reviewing it every year, we can assess, did it really work, or is that going to work at all? Okay, so that is an action item as well. And no other questions, so would anyone like to make a motion to approve the start and end date?
Oh, I'll do it since I was on the committee. I'll make a motion to approve the start date and end date for the 2025-2026 calendar year.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And aye. Thank you. That brings us to 19.0, Student Services. Superintendent Kramer.
Yes, Dr. Cohen.
Thank you. Tonight, the newly developed guidance being presented for information only defines the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District policy on athletic and extracurricular activities participation for students who attend charter schools, private schools, or who are homeschooled but reside within district boundaries. The TTUSD Athletic Committee, comprised of athletic directors and athletic administrators for middle and high school, finalized the athletic policy for allowing students not in attendance in TTUSD schools to participate in athletic activities. The topic was well-researched, included a cost analysis per student for participation in athletics, and the additional administrative time required to enroll a student in athletics. The policy of allowing non-TTUSD enrolled students to participate had previously been questioned due to issues with discipline, eligibility, student displacement, and administrative oversight responsibilities. Although the initial direction was to no longer allow non-TTUSD students to participate, this was met with community opposition, and after reviewing the negative impact this may have on the community, TTUSD took a new direction and developed a more structured policy
that allows for participation in athletics only. Specific language that highlights a non-TTUSD enrolled student may not displace a TTUSD enrolled student is included. The policy is being brought forward for information only tonight and will be brought back for approval at the next regularly scheduled board meeting in July. Upon approval, this will be shared with our local charter schools and posted on our website. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that, Dr. Cohen. Board? Comments, questions?
No questions, but I was thinking about this in terms of the last time we had this discussion. We had a lot of community members in the room who are interested, so hopefully we'll get them back engaged in this to understand that this is a new approach. And I do think that within our district, students come in and out of the district, so I feel like this is very inclusive and just recognition that you might even have within one family, one kid in, one kid out. So that's kind of a hard conversation at home even to say, well, you know, your sibling can do it and you can't. So I really do like that we're kind of opening this up a little bit more with some structure so that there's still recognition that our TTUSD students are being considered sort of as first priority. But I feel like that's a success. And I know we'll take action on it next time.
I agree as well, and I think that we talked a lot about collaboration with a lot of entities within our small community, and it is one of those things where outdoor activities and all these, and then you guys will recognize that as well, is that social, emotional support, sports is a great thing, and I think it's great, and they still are in our community. Like, that's one of the things we just discussed, but I do appreciate the rigidity of the guidelines in the sense that there's things to follow. We definitely have grades that you have to keep up to and all these things, but it's more of a document, which I think we didn't have before, which is awesome. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in the next board meeting. Moving to 20.0, first read board policy, Superintendent Kramer.
Dr. Cohen.
Okay, thank you. Tonight I'm presenting a first read of proposed revisions to Board Policy 6164.2, Guidance and Counseling Services. This policy is updated to reflect legislation passed in 2021 and 2022, recommending the district adopt comprehensive educational counseling programs, including a multi-tiered system of support, specific post-secondary services, career and apprenticeship fairs, and early identification and intervention plans for students who may be at risk for violence. This is an information item only and will be brought back at the next regularly scheduled board meeting for action. Are there any questions?
Oops, thank you, Dr. Cohen. Board? Nope. As always, we appreciate the update on our policies, so thank you very much for that. Closing out 21.0, board business. Kirsten, anything you'd like to share? Chris?
Sure. I will just say that I had the privilege of attending the King's Beach Elementary promotion ceremony, which was so flippin' cute, but also very different than in the past. And I feel like celebrations like that, because in the past, we had fourth grade leave and go to North Tahoe School. So the fifth graders were kind of like just ushered onto the next building without much celebration. But one of the things that I really, I had this overwhelming feeling, and I was talking to some teachers in the background. I don't want to jinx us, but I really am seeing signs of healing from COVID and celebration with just normalcy. Is that a word? Normalcy? Yes.
Normalcy.
Okay, you know what I mean. All right, so that was really fun. And then the other thing I wanted to share is just one last congratulations to Nanette Randall and to the district staff that put that party together. I mean, I have a college graduate in 4 years. I might have to hire out some people. It was an amazing celebration. And just the way that people honored her, and we got to see Dr. Leary, which made my heart happy. But the district staff just went above and beyond putting that together. So thank you for your leadership in that, and to everyone who was involved in celebrating Nanette. It was well deserved. Very nicely done. Thank you.
I concur. I made it late to the retirement party. I got there maybe a half hour before it was done because I was stuck at work. But I everyone was just so happy, and it was, I mean, that setting is amazing, so should definitely capitalize on that more, but super fun.
Totally fun. We're going to miss her for sure, but that was a good party. And I got the beginning part, and then I missed that all the accolades at the end. That was awesome. Big shout out, though, you did mention to the staff that came, but also to the rest of it was the last day of school. And so many of your staff members and your team were able to make it, which.
Well, yeah, that might be a thing for next year.
But I mean, that's a big deal. So really, we're a good team. And with that, we are done. 8:37. Really appreciate everybody. Wow.
Thank you, guys.
That was a
for
lot.
hanging in there.
Thank you. Rah, rah, rah. Okay, meeting adjourned.